Okay.
So there is some of that, but otherwise it's pretty business as usual.
We're going to stop here, folks. This is so important. We could go there for 2 hours on this. We're making jokes here, folks. The Vanguard put.
Yeah.
Frankly, to me, it's a bigger deal than the Bernanke put. What is the Vanguard put, and why does Lisa Mateo care?
Well, it's not as powerful as the Fed put or the Trump put, where one word can make the market just rally. But it's a base. It's a relentless bid. So Vanguard this year has taken in 1.5 billion in flows every day. Every day, right? These investors are
Remember when Magellan was like that for a month?
Yeah.
But explain. This is Larry McDonald, folks. Has been really good at this.
So at some point there's a bid. In other words, you may have algos and rage selling and some institutions selling, but that sort of retail bid from Vanguard is buying. So the sell-off has a buffer. Now, you can still have sell-offs, but the buffer is there, and I point that out because it has a bottom. Like there is some bid coming up from the bottom that's buying, and I just feel like that's worth pointing out because some of the headlines kind of flick to this idea that mom and pop are running for the hills could be further from the truth. And we also saw data that only 0.4% of people have touched their 401ks this year. 0.4.
Okay, but the gloom crew and the volatility crew, and they make money by movement crew, pushes against that 24/7. Have we seen this behavior before?
If you want to be controversial, next time you get one of those people on here, ask them if they've changed anything in their personal account. My bet is they're still buying and like clockwork buying in their Vanguard funds in their personal account. That's what's so interesting.
Okay, but if Sweeney says we're going to 30 VIX, if we get a 30 VIX, if we get legit catharsis, do we still put 1.5 billion every day in the Vanguard?
Maybe that would suppress a little, right? In 2022, Vanguard took in flows, but it was down a little. Maybe it was more like 700 million a day, but they still took in cash. So there is a point where maybe there is some rebalancing, but I'm telling you, 2022 was a whole year of that. It was going to take months of this. And honestly, Friday and today are really reminders of the people who just invested regardless that they were doing the right thing. Because The thing is, how many times have you seen like the opportunity cost of like going to cash too quickly in the past 15 years? So we always use a phrase of Pavlovian dogs too. Like when they see a dip, they buy it.
He played for the Philadelphia Flyers. Unbelievable what he did with Dave Schultz.
So how has the market changed? I don't know if you have this data, Eric, but is the retail investor a bigger part of this market today than it was 20 years ago, thanks to ETFs?
Yeah, because they just make it easier to get into the market. I think back in the day, you had to have a company with a 401k, right? So people, corporations invested, and it was good. DC plans made us all smart investors. So we ended up picking good funds, and that's where the ETF boom happened. We're all pretty smart here. Other countries, not so much. But the ETF is available on brokerage platforms. The mutual fund, you have to pay this large fee to get into it on those platforms. So all the brokerage platforms now go to free trading. So you fire up your Schwab account or whatever you use, and you basically type in a ticker, and you own anything in the click of a button for really cheap, and it's tax efficient. That really has expanded the base of retail investors, especially in the RIA space.
I mean, Larry McDonald, it was my essay of the year, I think 2 years ago, 3 years ago. He only writes an essay every 90 days. But Larry McDonald, with this great book, folks, I should mention, it's not as good as Balchunas' book, but hey. But Larry McDonald said, look, the immovable force is a wall of money. Eric Balchunas, describe your immovable force.
Yeah, I would call it the Vanguard bid. I also think that the reason it's immovable is people, especially older people with a lot of money, they dated active managers in the 80s and 90s, and they had found some luck, and then the A manager underperformed. When they finally found a Vanguard index fund or a BlackRock index fund, they were like, I'm done. I'm off the market. I'm getting married. And they're happily married. They feel like they have the best deal in their personal account. And there's just nothing that's going to get them to come out of that. Now, let's talk about maybe a 2000s where you have the markets flat over a decade. Anything's possible. But until we see, I'm talking a year, I just don't think the Vanguard put it's immovable at least for a year. Beyond that, we'll see. But that's why we're only in a couple months. That's why I really try to take the other direction here. And the thing is, SPY taking in money also shows the trading crowd buying the dip. So that's why, I haven't seen anything that ties with the headlines tightly yet. I think it's algos and rage selling.
Algos, right? But I guess what I learned here today, Tom, is just that, and I've been in this market since '86. It's changed out there. I mean,
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are doing live streaming on Rumble, YouTube. I'll be setting up the simulcast on X Spaces. If you have a question, please ask for the mic, and you can ask a question or give me your opinion about what's going on in the news today. In addition, I'm live streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, underneath broadcast live. You can also listen to my audio podcasts on broadcast radio. So there's lots of ways to listen or watch my content. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please make sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I do get strikes. There is a censorship and a censorship of content and a censorship of reach. So I do need your help, and make sure that you subscribe to all those channels. So 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Again, I'm live streaming on Rumble and on YouTube. On the YouTube and on my website live stream, you can see the dashboard of the market. It's already 9:50 in New York, and the trading has already begun. We'll go over the market shortly here, but please make sure you subscribe to all my channels. It's really important, so you can make sure you get the notifications and you're watching the live streams. Great. I greatly appreciate everyone joining. So with that said, what they were talking on Bloomberg is exactly what I've been saying. You know, there is these different support levels. Listen to some of the last 3 or 4 videos I've done. I've talked about the support levels of the S&P 500. And as the market is dipping, it's time to buy. All right. Don't get worried. Just start buying into this, start accumulating. Because what's going to happen is after this tariff issue starts to abate, then you're going to start seeing the market start to climb up. Now, that probably will happen in mid-year. All right. You're going to have this fluctuation in the market and kind of a consolidation that I think will happen. And then it'll start marching back up to 6,000. All right. The high point was about 6,100. We broke the one support level, which was 5,750. And we've also have been playing, the trading has been playing around at the 5,500 mark, 5,550 mark. Right now it's trading at 5,600 and almost 70. So 5,670. So this is the time to accumulate. Don't get scared. All right. If you have cash, or if you have cash on the sidelines, it's slowly deploy it. All right. Don't put all of it in at the same time. Just slowly deploy it. Now, if you don't have cash on hand, but you do, either every other week or at the end of the month or however you're paid, then accumulate. All right. You will benefit in the long run. Now, as we get through the first year of the Trump administration, you're going to see in the third quarter, maybe even in the fourth quarter, the actual benefits of tax relief. All right, there are bills that are being discussed, but most likely a tax bill will be passed in the third or fourth quarter of this year, and that's when the market's going to start climbing. So tariffs bring down the market. People that are smart, the smart money, are going to be buying into the market. And then once that tax bill passes, where it's cutting taxes, bam, the market's going to start really going up. We'll see what happens with the Federal Reserve. I do think that maybe the unemployment rate may increase a little bit during this period of time. I wouldn't be surprised at that, but I believe that it will be up below 5%. Right now, unemployment, my understanding is at 4.1%. I wouldn't be surprised that it gets to like 4.9 or 5.0. All right, but that's still very good. And that's before the taxes get. So as the unemployment rate might inch up a little bit, creep up a little bit, there's going to be pressure by the Federal Reserve to lower rates. With the tax passage bill, the lower tax passage bill in Congress, with the lower rates, is going to be accelerant for the market. All right, with that said, I just told you how to make a lot of money by year end. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work. You can help support my work many different ways. Make sure you subscribe to my channels, help with sharing links, ask your social media to follow me, because I do have the censorship. Every time I post on YouTube, I do lose subscribers, which is strange because on the other channels, I'm growing subscribers. So, like Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. But please help support my work by subscribing on all the channels. Make sure you follow me on the 2 X channels that I have on GETTR so you can get notifications. And if you could, please donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can also donate through you can help by being a paid member on Patreon. It's the donations and the people that purchase my products that allow me to do these videos for free. I have thousands of videos for you for free, all right, to help with your health and wellness, to go through crises together, to explain what's going on in the market and how to protect your assets, what's going on internationally, what's going on in U.S. politics, and scientific endeavors and discoveries. So I cover a lot, and it's all for free. Thousands of videos for free. So please help support my work by donating, being a paid member, and purchasing the products on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. With that said, I'm going to open up the X spaces for questions, or you can just tell me your comments about what's going on in the news. This is an interactive show, all right? I want you to participate. By calling in, it's all live, and typing in questions in the chat, and I'll try to answer them accordingly. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Let's go back to Bloomberg while I set up X spaces. Good morning.
I'm not really sure how to read it, Mike. What did you take away?
It kind of is there was a headline, I don't remember which news service, that said, retail sales did not collapse.
Okay.
And I think that sort of sums it up. The headline number was weak after a revised down week, January. A lot of that was gasoline and automobiles is a little weird because they sold more units. But most of the categories were pretty weak, including food and drinking places, despite Tom's best efforts. They were down 1.5%, which is it's the only services thing in the index, and it is also the only thing that is a really discretionary. So it wasn't a great number, but we did see a big increase in non-store retailers, e-commerce. Weather was bad. Flu was bad in February, so maybe people stayed home and just shopped by internet.
On radio, and good morning, YouTube, our global technical director has this beautiful Sheboygan, Wisconsin, the Malibu of the Midwest travel guide. Good morning to Bruce Wallish and all from Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
You want to know
the Fed
some trivia?
Yes, please.
I lived in Sheboygan.
Did you?
When I was 5 years old.
Very cool.
It was a long time ago.
Does Jerome Powell care about Sheboygan, Wisconsin, or is he just focused on 3 zip codes in New York?
He cares about Sheboygan, Wisconsin. He cares about the rest of the country less than he cares about New York, in the sense that when you're using New York, I assume you're using it as a sort of a reference to the markets. And the Fed's view is they can't do anything about the markets, and markets go up and markets go down. But as long as they function, it's not.
Okay, the critical question here. Over the weekend, I saw a lot of secondary and tertiary labor series deteriorate. Are you seeing labor data deteriorate right now?
Not significantly. It's still holding in about where it was. Condorcet has a column out today about Gen Z unemployment. rising to 8.1%. But if you look back over the last 20, 25 years, it's averaged about 10%. And it goes up every time there's a recession. So maybe it's a sign of recession, but maybe not.
Have either of you been to Limerick?
Yes.
Ireland?
Yes, it was just there.
What
in
was it
September.
like?
All right, so what I'm going to do is do a market update for you guys. So right now on the dashboard, which is live streaming on YouTube, the S&P 500 is trading at 5,663. VIX is trading at 21.02. The Euro USD is trading at 1.09. So the dollar is weakening since last couple weeks of trading. Oil is trading at $67.87 a barrel for WTI. BITO, which is the long ETF for Bitcoin, is trading at 18.49, so that's suppressed. I believe Bitcoin is trading at about 84 at the moment, 84,000. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 148.83, still lower than what we were seeing about 3 weeks ago when it was trading in the 150 range. So right now, risk is still a little bit elevated, but going down intraday trading, and equities are inching upward. So we might see just below 5,700 today. We'll see for the close. Okay, so let's there's St. Patrick's Day in Dublin, Ireland. That's happening on live now. I'm not going to cover that part of it. But let's go to Bloomberg, going over the CBS News top headlines.
Anyway, with the White House citing the 1798 Alien Enemies Act, the ACLU's legal alert.
It's as unprecedented as it is lawless. The law is crystal clear that it can only be used in a declared war.
Correspondent Rija Jang.
The judge in the case ordered the flights to return to the U.S., even if they were midair. But a defiant White House claims federal courts do not have jurisdiction to weigh in since the planes had already left U.S. territory.
Russia confirms a high-level phone conversation scheduled about next steps in Ukraine. CBS's Charlie D'Agata.
President Trump says he's going to speak with President Putin over the phone tomorrow. He told reporters a lot of work has been done over the weekend regarding Ukraine. In his words, we want to see if we can bring that war to an end.
In Yemen, thousands took part in a pro-Palestinian solidarity rally hours after the U.S. carried out new airstrikes on Iranian-backed rebels. Military consultant Jeff McCausland.
U.S. officials have said these airstrikes are now likely to be the onset of an air campaign that frankly could last several weeks. Such a campaign may intensify in scope and scale depending on how the Houthis in fact react.
North Macedonians are grappling with the deaths of dozens of young people killed in a raging fire at a nightclub during a live concert. More than 150 people are injured after they were burned and trampled trying to get out through the building's only exit. The BBC's Guy Delani.
You look at a town like Cottrell, imagine the scale of that loss for the people who live there. Imagine how every single family in that town will have been touched by this. And the question of how you recover is almost inconceivable at the moment.
American astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are a step closer to coming home after spending 9 months longer than they thought they would at the International Space Station. CBS's Mark Strassman.
After a short handover, Wilmore and Williams, along with NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Russian cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, will board a different SpaceX capsule and return to Earth on Tuesday.
If you're looking for a permanent change of scenery, think Central America. Considering jetting off to a foreign land to work and play, the guide Internations ranks Costa Rica as the best country for expats for its culture, friendliness, and pura vida lifestyle. Mexico is in the second spot for its welcoming vibe and social life. CBS's Wendy Gillette, the U.S., number 28 on that list. This is CBS News.
Okay, while they're going on break, we're going to be playing Fox Business about activist judges. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support your health and help support the work that I do. All right. My brother passed away in 2010 from heart disease at age 36. All right. and it was preventable. And I'm trying to teach people that you or someone in your family doesn't have to die prematurely, because you can reverse a lot of the chronic problems in the United States. All right. So it's my mission to explain to you on how to slow down the aging process, boost up your immune system, reduce these chronic problems that we have in the United States. It's very possible to do, but it's a holistic approach. Now, this is taking experience from health and wellness and all of this anti-aging knowledge that I've obtained for decades, since I was 16 years old. And also what I learned in doing my research for my master's and what I learned in medical school. So if you pay attention, you will get healthier, but you have to pay attention and do what I tell you. If you do it, you will slow down the aging process, improve your immune system, and get healthier. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And one series of products that I have are very high quality soaps that are made from structural nanosilver. Structural nanosilver is really important to use topically, and also I have other products on how to use structural nanosilvers that I'm going to go over here. But structural nanosilver soaps should be part of your daily routine. All right. They're very high quality, way better than some of the other soaps that you're purchasing at the grocery store. So please go to my store and get the lavender structural nanosilver soap or the peppermint. It's the same soaps that I've been offering, it's just in a new packaging. I think the packaging actually is better. So you can get it in peppermint and lavender in the new packaging. And the old packaging, I have it in lemongrass and also in charcoal tea tree. Get a couple bars for your house, a few bars, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. So get several items from the store, and you're getting a great discount. Now, another product that you should be taking every day, and it's part of this core protocol that I have. All right, it's a 4-pillar protocol. All right, which I call the core, and that is take max 35 or max 14 for the first pillar. That's helping to boost up your immune system. Take C60 for the second pillar. That's soaking up free radicals. It's very potent. Lower inflammation by taking turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. And take Boomer Boost to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. When you do that as a core, that's a great base foundation to build off of. All right, and what you'll notice is that you're slowing down the aging process, you're increasing longevity, and not just that, your systems are starting to perform better. When I say systems, I'm talking about your organ systems, your endocrine system, your immune system, your brain function. So please go to my store and get the Max 14 or the Max 35 is the first pillar of the core. And what you do is you take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 to 30 seconds, and then swallow. And what that's doing is improving your oral hygiene, right? It's neutralizing, and it's also improving the epithelial lining and the mucosal barrier of your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. When you do that, you are improving your immune system. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Max 14 or the Max 35, take a teaspoon every day, and swish it in your mouth and gargle, swallow. All right? Now, if you're not feeling well during cold season, then what you want to do is take a teaspoon or 2 a day. Do the same thing. And then once you start feeling better, go back to your maintenance. Another way to use this product is to put it in a spritzer. And you can spray it on surfaces and wipe the surface, and it neutralizes. You can spray it on the back of your throat if you're not feeling well. You can also put it in a nasal spray, and you can spray your nasal cavity. All right? Or you can use droppers. Use it in like put it in a dropper type bottle. So makes a lot of sense to have that available when you need it, when you're at work or when you're at home. You never know. You never know when someone isn't feeling well around you. So get the max 14 or the max 35, boost up your immune system. All right. With that said, let's go to Fox Business.
Suspected illegal gang members arrived in El Salvador's mega prison last night after the Trump administration invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to quickly deport them out of America. But a federal judge is blocking Trump's use of that act, ordering the flights to return to America. However, the White House says the planes were already en route when the ruling came down, the president explaining his decision. Watch.
He's got bad people. Now he's got a bad group of, as I say, operatives. Well, this is a time of war because Biden allowed millions of people, many of them criminals, many of them at the highest level. They emptied jails out. Other nations emptied their jails into the United States. It's an invasion.
The White House says the administration did not refuse to comply with a court order. It was issued after terrorist Trinidad aliens had already been removed from U.S. territory. A single judge in a single city cannot direct the movements of an aircraft carrier full of foreign alien terrorists who were physically expelled from U.S. soil. Trump also thanked El Salvador and its president for accepting the prisoners. They made an agreement in February that El Salvador would accept deportees of any nationality for a small fee. Really interesting developments here. Liz Peek, your reaction.
Well, first of all, Maria, this is just the latest incident of an activist judge confronting this administration. I think they've decided, these judges, that they're part of the resistance. And I'm really glad in this instance that the president went ahead and sanctioned this.
Right. You know, the problem is this is very similar to what happened in the first term of Trump's administration. He was surrounded by people that were stonewalling. You had a government, either the administrative state, stonewalling. Now you have the judicial branch that is ultra woke, that's stonewalling.
First criminals to El Salvador. And kudos to Marco Rubio, by the way, for arranging this agreement with El Salvador, a country, by the way, where the leader is experiencing record high approval ratings because he is cracking down on exactly these people, these gangs that have run roughshod over El Salvador for years and also now American communities. So I don't think many Americans are going to be particularly alarmed that this has come to a confrontation between the courts and President Trump. I think they'll be delighted to get rid of these horrific gang members.
I mean, the pictures are incredible. And let me just remind everybody that this is the same judge, Judge Boasberg, who sat as the presiding judge on the FISA court. The same Judge Boasberg who gave FBI lawyer Kevin Kleinsmith a slap on the wrist after he manufactured evidence used in the Carter Page FISA application that defrauded the FISA court. So, yes, you're right. It's an activist judge. This is all about resisting President Trump. But to think that you're going to resist President Trump over getting these Trinidad aliens illegally in America, and you're actually going to tell the administration to get those planes to reverse course in the air to bring them back to America, Cheryl. Extraordinary.
And Carolyn Levitt made that point exactly, that judge had no jurisdiction. The federal courts don't have the jurisdiction. And, you know, just to kind of pick up on what Liz was saying, I mean, some of these migrants, their crimes, Maria, let's just remind everybody of these alleged crimes. Kidnapping, sexual abuse of a child, aggravated assault, prostitution, robbery, aggravated assault of a police officer. Those are just some of the crimes in this group of individuals that were sent out of our country. So if someone does not want to see law and order upheld in this nation, then what exactly are your values? Remember, the Biden administration, all they wanted to do was keep them here and give them free credit cards and a lovely hotel room and some nice food.
Yeah.
Well, this is the problem when you have activist judges stonewalling the executive branch. This is a miscarriage of the way equal branch of government is supposed to run. It's amazing how the ultra liberal administrative state is trying to prevent us fixing a major problem like illegal immigration. Okay, now I've been saying that there seems to be a positive correlation between equities and Bitcoin. All right. Now today that correlation is breaking down. All right. As equities are going up, actually Bitcoin's going down. So it's really important that when you are looking at asset classes, like for example, or different tickers, like SPY and BITO, you can have positive correlation for, let's say, 7 days, and then a breakdown in the correlation. And then for another 5 days, it's a weak correlation, and then it'll come back up with a high correlation. So correlations with different assets or different tickers can fluctuate. All right, so just keep that in mind when people are paying attention to what I'm saying about the positive correlation between equities. All right, today it's breaking down that correlation. You kind of see this also in the currency market, where you would think correlations between certain asset class, certain currency pairs would be constant, but they're not. They break down and then they come back up. There's a fluctuation. All right, there's noise in the system that breaks down the correlation, then it comes back to the fundamental idea. So today is one of those breakdown days. All right, with that said, I want to play CNN. Retired general reacts to U.S. strikes on Iran-backed Houthis.
Yemen's Houthi rebels are tonight fighting back against a series of strikes by the U.S. The rebel group claims it launched 18 missiles and drones at the USS Harry Truman in the northern Red Sea. 2 U.S. officials telling CNN there were no injuries or damage to the American aircraft carrier. This is after the U.S. launched a sustained military attack, taking out multiple Houthi leaders, that's according to a top Trump advisor. Joining us now, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander General Wesley Clark. Good to see you as always. Thanks for being here with us. If these U.S. strikes were meant as a deterrent, how effective do you think it's been and will be?
Well, it doesn't sound like they were meant as a deterrent, actually. When President Trump says decisive, that's what he should be saying. He should be giving the military the instructions to take the threat out. Take it out. So the way you would do it is you tell a commander in the 5th Fleet, who's in Central Command, what's it going to take to eliminate the threat? Come back and brief us. And then what are the costs and the risks? And then you give them the go-ahead. You don't go tit for tat like this, because tit for tat, they'll go forever on you. That's not what you want. It's not opening up the Red Sea. It's the way that we failed under the Biden administration leadership since November of 2023. Despite their talk about, we really handled the Houthis, they didn't handle the Houthis. So you've got to really go after this in a decisive way. It means striking, assessing, restriking, reassessing, restriking, until you set up a tempo of operations with sufficient effect that they don't, quote, retaliate. They just cease operation.
And so if I'm understanding you correctly, it sounds like you're saying we should anticipate more, that they will, if they're trying to take decisive action, that they will now reassess and potentially strike again, the U.S.
I hope so.
Yeah. What
has to be done? Jessica, they're not going to relent. They like what they're doing. They're getting support from Iran. They're getting some reinforcement covertly and from other like-minded groups in the region. They think of themselves as real heroes. And the more we strike and then wait, the smarter they get, the stronger they get, because they're going through a learning process. So they look at this, well, why do they strike here? Why do the Americans do this? How can we keep them from doing this the next time? What's the right way to conceal it? What do they listen to? How do they get this information on us? So they're learning from us. We don't want that learning cycle. We want to stop this now.
And we heard from the Trump National Security Advisor, Mike Walls. He says these strikes were also a warning to Iran. I want to play a clip from him.
All options are always on the table with the president, but Iran needs to hear him loud and clear. It is completely unacceptable, and it will be stopped. The level of support that they've been providing the Houthis, President Trump is coming in with overwhelming force. We will hold not only the Houthis accountable, but we're going to hold Iran, their backers, accountable as well.
And you heard there, whilst not ruling out military options, what do you think, how do you expect that to play out? What would it take for the U.S. to take that step?
Well, I think the first thing is to interrupt the supply line that's coming out of Iran to the Houthis. We know that they're shipping stuff in there. The missiles are being shipped. Maybe some of the drones are put together locally based on other stuff that's been moved in. But as far as we know, Yemen doesn't have a great electronics industry. It doesn't have a large avionics industry. It doesn't have the technology to do these things. This is imported hardware. They're smart. They've been at it for a while. But let's cut the supply line. We've seen and had public reports of these ships that are coming in. They've never been touched by the Biden administration. They never took action against them. Why not? So let's do that. That's the minimum that needs to be done. And then you got to go back up the supply chain and say, okay, well, where did this ship come from? In Iran. Was it launched from the Arabian Sea? Was it launched out of the Gulf? And if so, that's the next target. You work it right back up the supply chain until Iran gets the message. No more.
All right, General Wesley Clark, as always, thank you for that analysis. We appreciate it.
President Donald Trump is dismissing the idea of Houthi rebels in Yemen retaliating against the U.S. for recent strikes. President Trump is vowing to keep up those attacks, signaling the start of a major operation that could last for weeks. But the Houthi leadership says they're ready to escalate the situation.
Now we will meet escalation with escalation. We will respond to the American enemy in its raids, in its attacks with missile strikes, by targeting its aircraft carriers, its warships, its ships. If it continues its aggression, we will move to additional escalatory options.
CNN's Salma Abdelaziz joins us now live from London. Good morning to you, Salma. So what is the latest on U.S. strikes on Yemeni Houthis and, of course, their retaliation?
Of course, Rosemary, and as you mentioned there, this is the beginning of what is a major operation by the United States. President Donald Trump had been looking at doing this for weeks. The order, of course, only coming through this weekend once the U.S. had the intelligence that it needs to carry out these strikes. I want you to hear directly from the country's national security advisor about these strikes. Go ahead.
All options are always on the table with the president, but Iran needs to hear him loud and clear. It is completely unacceptable, and it will be stopped. The level of support that they've been providing the Houthis, President Trump is coming in with overwhelming force. We will hold not only the Houthis accountable, but we're going to hold Iran, their backers, accountable as well.
So if you're asking why is the U.S. carrying out airstrikes against Houthi rebels, there is your answer right there, Rosemary. This is an Iranian-backed group based in northern Yemen. It has, since 2023, attacked nearly 100 ships and vessels using drones and missiles. It's made that portion of the Red Sea, that very crucial shipping route, shipping lane, extremely dangerous. And that's why President Trump says that he is attacking the Houthis. He says his interest is to protect American interests. He says his interests are naval freedom on the high seas. He's also criticized President Biden because you have to remember this is a continuation in some ways of a policy. President Biden had also carried out strikes against the Houthis, but President Trump has described President Biden's responses as weak, indicating that we're looking at a much larger operation in scope and scale in these coming weeks. And we've already seen the results of that, the consequences of that, Rosemary. Dozens of people killed, including women and children, 100 wounded. That's according to health ministries on the ground in Yemen. And again, this is just the beginning. So the concern is that the humanitarian consequences in one of the poorest countries in the world could be absolutely major.
And Salma, I did want to ask you about that. I mean, you know, given the US is vowing to keep up strikes on Houthi rebels, and the Houthi leadership says it will continue to retaliate and escalate this situation and then the consequences, I mean, where is this going?
Well, you have to remember, of course, when you're talking about the Houthi rebels, you are talking about a group that, yes, has Iranian backing, which has provided them with more sophisticated drones, more sophisticated missiles, the ability to fire farther and deeper into places like Saudi Arabia to present a possible threat, a potential threat, of course, to Israel. Now, Houthi rebels say that they're carrying out these attacks in retaliation to Israel's war on Gaza, but President Trump simply does not accept this. So you're going to see that lethal force that he's promised absolutely strike in these targets in northern Yemen. And again, you're talking about an area that's been essentially ravaged by civil war for years now. There has been issues with starvation, hunger, the continuing violence on the ground. So for civilians who are absolutely caught in the crossfires of this conflict, this absolutely spells more disaster, Rosemary.
Now, thanks to Salma Abdelaziz bringing us that live report from London.
Okay, the UN's Secretary General is speaking about funding Syria amid U.S. aid cuts. We might go to that, but before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work by getting the great products that I offer. I have very high quality products that are dual purpose. So one dual purpose product that I have is the deodorants that help to detoxify your body. It's for males and females. You can get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Okay? For males and females, it's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. It has no aluminum, no baking soda. You use this as a deodorant, it's going to help to detoxify your body at the same time. So please go to my store, get this very high quality deodorant. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Use discount, all caps, and the number 5 on any order and you get a discount. So please get these deodorants. Get a few bars for your household. Very high quality, dual purpose for males and females. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, as we are ramping down on the cold season and we're moving into the allergy season in the United States, it's important to make sure that you are stocked with lozenges and drops. You want to mitigate any irritation that you have with your throat right away, either at work or at home or in school. When you mitigate it right away, when you attack it right away, you are reducing further problems. Now I have lozenges and drops. Lozenges are larger than the drops. Now for the lozenges, you can get it in Manuka honey. You can get it also in elderberry zinc. All right. You get 21 lozenges in each bag. It's made from structural nano silver. Right when you have that irritation, take it right away. All right. Now for the drops, I have it in 3 different flavors. Now the drops are a little bit smaller. You get it in 100 count for each bag. And you can get it in cherry flavor, blueberry, and also in honey and lemon. So get a few bags for the household, all right? Get some drops, get some lozenges. Make sure you have them at work and at home, in your backpack or in your bag. You never know when you need them, all right? So, and it's important to have during the cold season, during the allergy season. If someone's getting sick around you, take it right away, mitigate the problem. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off when you order. Okay, with that, I want to where do I want to go? Fox Business with the tariffs.
Welcome back
tonight, President Trump is threatening to put a 200% tariff on wine, cognac, and other European alcohol imports, including champagne. That is all in response to the EU's decision to put a 50% tax on U.S. whiskey, following Trump's 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum. Joining me now is Stu Leonard's Wines and Spirits president, the daughter of Stu Leonard, the founder. Blake Leonard is here. Blake, great to see you. Thanks so much for being
Good
here.
morning.
You run the wines and liquors business at Stu Leonard's, and I'd like to get your take on what you're expecting from the tariffs and how that would have an impact on your business and the overall alcohol industry.
Thank you, Maria. Good morning. Well, every year about 4 million of the wines and spirits that we sell that go out the door, half of it is from Europe. And so, really this tariff would be, have an impact. And being in our stores, customers were stocking up. And, it is an uncertain time. We don't know what's going to happen, but, it doesn't hurt to go out and grab your favorite bottle of wine and spirit right now, especially tequila or champagne.
Yep. Are you looking at people say, well, now that I know tariffs are coming on French and Italian wines, etc., maybe I should buy American?
Yes, you do. And, I think this is a good example. A bottle of champagne here, this at least costs starting around $60 a bottle. You can go to California where they make sparkling wine in the same style as champagne for half the price. So you do have a lot of those opportunities where you can switch. Consumers during COVID, as we saw, they had to pivot. They had to try something new. The same thing here, Sancerre from France that only can be made in that certain region. You can go and find a great bottle of Sauvignon Blanc from California. So consumers will have to do that because the cost of these imported products would be so expensive on the shelf.
Well, you're an expert in this. Are you a sommelier as well, Blake?
I am, yes.
Okay, I love that because then you can give us real advice here. Is it that much different? If you're telling me that champagne from France versus a champagne or a sparkling wine from America is half the price, is the French one that much better?
Well, it all comes down to where it's made. And so that does get into a little bit of a debate. But what I will say is that there are so many champagne houses in France who also make wine in California because they believe that it has a very similar quality to the wine, the way it's made. But I don't think the average consumer would necessarily know the difference. On the other hand, you have tequila, which legally can only be made in Mexico there. So this would be a little bit harder of a switching cost. But what I do think is that overall, our suppliers, talking to them every day right now, is that they've stocked up. They've been planning for this.
People have been doing polls, all right, in this year and last year, and alcohol consumption has been going down. Now, I think part of the reason is that people don't have disposable income, so they're reducing their consumption. But I have noticed that alcohol consumption at the bars, at even cocktail hours or, different events, black tie events and stuff, the actual consumption of alcohol in these events, even though that these people pay for the event, their consumption is actually going down. So I think that part of it is, for many, it's the cost. They don't have the disposable income. And also, I think people are starting to realize that they're more cognizant of their health and wellness. And they're realizing that actually less alcohol consumption is going to be better for their health. So there's another added dimension to this. It's not just the tariffs, all right? But you actually have lower consumption. Now, even before the tariffs, you have vineyards in California because the price of wine is going down, right? They have an oversupply, that some vineyards are ripping up the vineyards to sell the land. All right. So you don't do that because it takes a minimum of 3 years to be able to harvest grapes for wine. Minimum, all right? And it's not that high quality wine. It takes years, 5, 6, 7, 8 years before you have a really high quality grape after planting. So if you're ripping up vines, that is showing signs that there's an oversupply compared to demand. So there's another added dynamic here that's going on.
Anticipated this coming, so they stocked their warehouses with as much wine and spirits as they can right now to hold us over for about 6 months.
Very interesting. Okay, so tequila can only be made in Mexico, and there's nothing like that you would say is an equivalent that you could buy in America.
There are some agave spirits that are popping up, but right now, this is one that would be a challenge because they've been making it for centuries this way, and there's really not an equivalent.
And what do you think is the added cost of a tariff on something like a tequila? Is it just 25%? Because that's the tariffs, 25%?
Yes, but this producer here, Casa Dragones, for example, a small, really nice tequila maker. She's the first female tequila master in Mexico. And she had to, as a small business, go and make the investment here in the U.S. to bring this product in. So I don't know, I definitely think it's on the shelf where you'll see it, but it will definitely, have an impact on our importers along and as well everyone along the supply chain.
And let's talk about the supply chain, because are there other indirect costs? I mean, how do these tariffs affect other industries, like talking about leisure, hospitality? When you got higher priced alcohol from Europe, do you just make an assumption that that cost is going to be passed on somewhere along the leisure and hospitality supply chain?
Well, it really, wine, in order to get into the U.S., it has to be imported, and then it has to get distributed, so it touches another set of hands, and then it comes to the retail and to the restaurants as well. So it really does get, passed along really ultimately to the consumer. But, for us, we don't want to do that. We're a family business, and we've been, my great-grandfather was a milkman 100 years ago. And so we really look at this the long term is that we don't want to pass the cost off to our customers, but we also can't absorb it forever.
I love it. And I love the nature of your business, family business. People want to support family business, and you've actually taken this, and you and your father have grown this business to such an extent. So congratulations. That's wonderful. But look, there are a lot of vineyards in, for example, Eastern Long Island. I mean, there are a lot of vineyards in California. And, there are other alternatives to European alcohol.
It's not just alternatives for wine. There's an oversupply. And so prices are dropping. And vineyards have to be pulled out. Not only that, there is a changing of the climate. Your climate zones are changing. So what the northern states are just about becoming ready to be wine growers, while the lower states in the United States may actually get maybe slightly too hot to grow wine. So there's a climate shift too. The climate zones are shifting upward.
Beautiful wines. Roman Roth, who's the winemaker out of Wolford, makes beautiful wine. I just got back from France. There's actually a lot of French winemakers who are investing up in the Finger Lakes region. So this could be a great opportunity to really start promoting more of those products from here in the U.S.
Where do you see
overall, Maria? Yeah. I was just going to say that, we're used to riding these waves, being Stu Leonard's being selling fresh product primarily is even just what you've seen with eggs and the cost that we're used to riding these waves here. So we'll have to do the same with tariffs.
Are people looking for, ways to prepare for tariffs coming at them? You said some people are stocking up on what? Stocking up on their European liquor before the tariffs hit, or stacking up on American brands so that they're paying lower prices? What are people doing?
Well, I think from what we saw it was just their favorite European products that they were stocking up on.
The good news is I don't think we would see that happening for U.S. made products here in the U.S. I don't think their prices would increase there. So I do think overall, if you have that favorite bottle of champagne or, a great Italian blend that you love, it doesn't hurt to go out and buy it now.
All right. Well, we will be watching that. Cheers.
It's not going to be it's not going to be a major driver of the economy. What's going to be a major driver of the economy because of the tariffs? Autos, machinery, big issues. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nanosilver toothpaste. This structural nanosilver toothpaste has no fluoride in it. It will neutralize pathogens, reduce plaque, whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, improve your gum line, reduce inflammation at the gum line, and with good oral hygiene, you're reducing your chances of vascular disease and valvular disease. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the best toothpaste that you can buy. You cannot buy a better toothpaste than this. There is nothing on the market better than this. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this toothpaste, use it every day, improve your oral hygiene, and use these other structural nanosilver products that I have as a holistic approach to improve your health. All right? I said, by improving your oral hygiene, you're mitigating problems. Okay? But not just taking the supplements, but you also want, if you're going to follow my advice about longevity and anti-aging, it's about a holistic approach, the proper supplementation, proper use of these products, proper stacking, but also proper diet, improving your food, eating organic, eating more vegetables, all right? Being cognizant of where you're getting your foods, right? Stop eating fast food. Eat more at home. Cook your food at home is much healthier than eating out. No matter if it's a 5-star restaurant, because guess what? You can cook better. You can cook a healthier meal than a 5-star restaurant. And proper exercise, weight training, cardio, stretching, balancing exercises. All 4 of those are really important to do, and mix it up a little bit. Mindfulness, really important. That, spirituality or meditation to bring down stress in your body and to boost up your parasympathetic nervous system. Really important. Proper sleep. Learn new things. Get that positive neuroplasticity going. When you do these things from a holistic perspective with proper supplementation, you are going to heal your body. If someone says, just weight train, wrong. If someone says, just do yoga, wrong. If someone says, just get proper sleep, wrong. If someone says, just take vitamin D3 and everything's going to be fine, wrong. It's a holistic approach. It's about proper supplementation, but all of these other holistic things. If you're just doing weight training or just doing cardio, you're doing it wrong. You need to do weight training, cardio, stretching, balancing. They activate different parts of your brain. They activate different parts of your body, your muscles, your joints, your tendons. It activates different aspects of your body. If you're doing balancing exercises, you're activating your cerebellum, right? But if you're changing your movement quickly, like in cardio, you're also activating your cerebellum. But if you are just running straight, you're not activating your cerebellum that much. But you're helping with your blood flow and your cardio and your heart rate. This is the reason why it's a holistic approach. All right. Now, I'm a lot older than Alex Jones. Alex Jones looks a lot older than Dr. Paul Cottrell. Now, why do you think that is? Because I apply these holistic approaches with the proper stacking of the supplements that I've been doing for a long time and tweaking it and learning new things and, improving it as new supplements come online, that you can slow down the aging process, get healthy, and reduce your chances of some of the chronic diseases that are in the United States. Most chronic diseases in the United States are self-induced. That's a fact. That is a fact. So if you have these chronic diseases, it's because of your fault, because you weren't willing to do the right things. Now, maybe you didn't know what to do. Okay, now you do. But if you don't listen, if you don't follow the directions, don't be surprised that you have heart disease. Don't be surprised you have a weakened immune system and you get sick all the time. Don't be surprised that you get diabetes. Don't be surprised that you get early problems with your pulmonary system, like COPD or some sort of fibrosis of your lungs, restrictive lung disease. Don't be surprised, because when you're doing cardio and you're breathing in and out and you're expanding those lungs and contracting them, right? That's helping your lungs. You're helping reduce the loss of lung capacity. You normally lose lung capacity when you get older, but you can slow that down and sometimes even improve it, depending on what your baseline is. But if you just sit there and you don't listen, I guarantee you, you will get COPD. Guaranteed. And you don't even have to be a smoker. You just sit there and don't work out, you will get COPD eventually in your life. Guaranteed. A lot of people don't understand this. So you can slow down that weakening of your lung system by actually working out. But not only that, you can take supplements to help with the health of your lungs, like NAC. So you need to take charge of your life. If you don't, it's your own damn fault. All right. Let's go to Bloomberg here.
Yeah, similar to compact discs to MP3s, it really changed. It's the medium of choice to invest. So ETFs have taken inflows. Mutual funds, though, seeing outflows. So some of the flows into ETFs are a format change. They're not like brand new money. But pound for pound, ETFs tend to take in more than mutual funds lose. So, but there is somewhat of the flows into ETFs aren't all sentiment all the time. Sometimes it's the money that was going to go into a mutual fund now goes to ETF. But yeah, I think, look, ETFs are very cheap. You can get anything you want, click of a button. They're just high value proposition. To me, they remind me of Amazon. It's just so easy to buy stuff now that I think it's going to be hard to disrupt them for the time being.
Where's money coming out right now? Like, where do you see like real money leaving?
Well, I'll tell you right now. Let's see.
He's looking it up.
Yeah. We see some money coming out of energy. XLE is a lot of outflows out of that. Energy. Some money out of banks. So it looks like there's definitely some institution rebalancing going on in sectors. Also some money coming out of value, IWDs. That means BlackRock probably rotated out of its value. Some money out of semis and SOX and SMH to see some outflows. So it looks, that's where, again, this goes back to, there's definitely a tactical outer layer of the market, and that can definitely move prices around a little bit. But then again, there's that core layer. So tactically, you can tell it's going to sectors and factors, and that moves around. But in the
so Paul just like went over to Eric, like looked at his screen, he saw his face come into the camera.
Why are you getting so smart here? Because he's got ETFs coming up. Thematic investing, that's a big play for ETFs. It works so well in that wrapper, the ETF wrapper. What are some of where are you seeing some flows in some of the fun thematic investing? Yeah, I'll say that the best selling thematic ETF is infrastructure. And the second best is AI. It makes sense. Yeah, those are both solid plays. And I think bots is all that's robotics, grid, which is clean energy. Those are some of the ones that are seeing inflows. And we've seen some interest in uranium.
So themes, I think, I listed a new version of active. So let's say you have that core 60-40, you're kind of married to it, you're just waiting for it to compound for 30 years. People like to add on a little hot sauce. And so I think some of these themes, they have their day in the sun, they go away, but people like to play with them and in real small increments. And I think that's, kind of a new way to get active and have a little fun in your portfolio. And that's why I'm bullish themes, even though they come and go. They're kind of flavor of the month-ish. AI, robotics, pretty decent infrastructure. Some of these are going to have net assets, but they're going to have like good months, good years, bad months, bad years. Like cannabis is one that had really had a good opening, but it's been in like totally the doghouse and lost a lot of its money. So I just think that's fickle. Theme ETFs are kind of how people think all investors are now, but it's changed. More investors are way more behaved. The thematic ETFs are kind of like how money would move around in the 80s and 90s, where it'd be like real fickle. Like one's drop in the stock market, everyone's out, and then they're back in. So I think
degenerate individuals.
Yeah, but it's also normal individuals. There is some part of you that wants to be fickle. But I do think a lot of people set it and forget it with like 80% of the portfolio.
Yeah.
They just know I'm not touching that. But they do tinker with this outer layer, and themes fit perfectly into that.
Yeah, no, I'm exactly the opposite. Like my financial advisor's like, I think you need to take on a teeny bit more risk. Like they've been working for 20 more years. Like, let's go. So that's different for me. All right, Eric, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to your show today as well. Eric Balchunas, Senior ETF Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. You can check out his show, ETF IQ. That comes at 12 p.m. today with Scarlett.
That's why he's in New York.
Yeah. Oh, did you think it was something else?
No, it was just
No.
Ross.
This is a Monday thing.
Okay.
All right, coming up, Sam Fazeli will be joining us, Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research for Global Industries.
All right. What I want to do is probably go back to I might go to MSNBC here with their response to Trump in Canada. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. And get the vitamin C and magnesium. This is a dual purpose product. This is going to help with your immune system. So take it every day. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. But it also helps to cross-link with collagen so you can improve your skin. So, like I said, many of these supplements that I'm mentioning and how to stack it are dual purpose. So this is going to help with your skin, but also help with your immune system. So make sure you take vitamin C with magnesium every day. Also, a great stack with the vitamin C, or if you just want to take it separately, it's up to you. But a great stack here would be the magnesium and zinc. All right, you should be taking magnesium and zinc every day for your immune system. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Take one dose in the morning, take another dose in the evening. And then once you start feeling better, go back to your maintenance dose of once a day. But you should be taking magnesium and zinc to boost up your immune system and the vitamin C plus magnesium together. This is a great stack to boost up your immune system. Now, with that, I want to play MSNBC here.
Joining me now, Kelly Geraldine Malone, Washington correspondent with the Canadian Press and is an independent news agency. Kelly, welcome. I'm curious what you're hearing about that meeting and the reason for Ford's apparent shift in tone. Are Canadian officials, are they holding their breath for April 2nd to see which tariffs Trump ultimately settles on?
Obviously, Ford came out of that meeting quite positive in how he was talking, bringing up a lot of the talking points of, families argue. But it was really clear that the meeting wasn't going to bring any change to Trump's plan to slap Canada with different levels of tariffs. What Canadian officials later said was they really sat down and went through Donald Trump's trade agenda that he saw on January 20th, which is all these reports that are going to come out April 2nd about how to deal with trade around the world with these reciprocal tariffs. And it kind of took them through each part of that and how it would impact Canada. And so Canadian officials say, it's pretty clear that he remains committed to this tariff agenda. And there's obviously different levels of ones that are targeting Canada because you have the fentanyl related ones. And then the reciprocal tariff ones that are April 2nd, and then the ones that are currently on Canada, which is steel and aluminum. So I think Canadians are just looking for answers. That's kind of what officials in that meeting told me. And how they're walking out a bit more positive is at least now, after they were able to sit down with Jameson Greer, the new USTR, they're able to see a bit of the strategy, while it felt like before they were just flailing.
I'm curious if Canadians, did they expect this tit for tat earlier this week? When Ford announced that 25% surcharge on electricity exports, Trump clapped back with the 50% tariffs, the ones you mentioned there on Canadian steel and aluminum, and declared a national electricity emergency. I mean, were they worried it would spiral out of control?
I think there was concern from different levels. There's been different kinds of responses. So we have a federal government response. Those are retaliatory tariffs that came into place after Trump first hit Canada with tariffs. And those are targeted to specific.
I just want to remind the audience we're live streaming on Rumble and on YouTube on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. On YouTube or my website, you can see the dashboard of the market in real time. And I have simulcast on X Spaces. So if you would like to ask a question live, please join X Spaces. I have the link in the chat. Please ask a question. Just request the mic and you can give me that question or even your comments. So that's the whole purpose of the X Spaces call-in.
So, Kentucky bourbon, things like that they're trying to get a message across to specific states. Those were partially walked back. And then obviously the steel and aluminum were coming in. Ford said he was going to go ahead with this electricity surcharge to 3 American states. And they're, behind closed doors in different provinces, because he's a provincial leader, so he can make his own kind of choice about how a province will respond. I heard from other provincial leaders who were saying, this could escalate things, which is why maybe they aren't seeing the same thing across the country. I don't think anyone was surprised that it escalated things. And the question is whether Ford did that to get Trump's attention so he could get this meeting. That's some things that people are questioning in Canada.
And look, NBC reports that Trump's quest to conquer Canada, that's confusing everyone. Here's Trump this week in a response from Canada's new Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Take a listen.
To be honest with you, Canada only works as a state. We don't need anything they have. As a state, it would be one of the great states anyway. This would be the most incredible country visually.
It's crazy. His point is crazy. That's it. We will never, ever, in any way, shape, or form, be part of the United States.
Give me a sense of just the big picture, how Canadians feel about Trump's 51st state rhetoric. I mean, are they clear why Trump keeps pushing this and what specific Trump demand is Canada still not meeting?
I don't know if Americans fully understand how angry Canadians are right now from coast to coast. Like, it is a sense of betrayal. There's confusion. The U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement was signed in 2018, negotiated by Donald Trump, declared by President Trump the best trade deal ever. They recognize that fentanyl is an issue in Canada. Fentanyl is an issue, but generally it is a domestic supply causing the problem. And less than 1% of fentanyl seized going across the border comes from Canada. I reached out to the DEA asking for any evidence, being that their latest risk assessment report didn't even mention Canada in it. And they pointed me to the White House. I would reach out.
The problem with percentages is that it doesn't give you the full picture. What is the actual mass that's being transported? And I'm willing to bet the amount that is being transported could kill millions of people.
The RCMP, the National Police Force in Canada, being like, where's the evidence of any of this? And they said, fentanyl's a problem, we want to deal with it, but we have no evidence to show large-scale movement of fentanyl from Canada to the U.S. In fact, there's more drugs moving from the U.S. into Canada.
All it takes is just a pound, a kilogram, a few kilograms. I'm sure there's more than that that's flowing over the border that kill a lot of people. People need to wake up. People need to wake up. It's not about the percentage. It's about the absolute mass amount that's being transported over. stupid.
There's a general sense of confusion among Canadians about, with everything going on in the globe, why the United States has decided to really target Canada. And I will say that federal officials in Canada are telling Canadians that Trump's team is telling them that his goal is to economically crush Canada in order to annex it. So that is the rhetoric that's going across Canada, is that they aren't taking these threats seriously and they don't find this funny. They don't see it as a joke.
Yeah. So Premier Doug Ford engages in a level of theatrical flair in his pushback against Trump, appearing on Fox and clearing U.S. liquors off Canadian store shelves, as you mentioned, the whiskey in particular. His campaign manager once said he speaks the language of Trump voters. How is he different from Carney, of course, Canada's new prime minister? And who would you say is better suited to negotiate with the Trump administration?
I won't weigh in on who's better suited, but I will say that they are fundamentally different politicians in almost every way possible. Whether or not it's their political history or how they speak or, how they address things. So Ford is a pretty legendary Ontario politician. He had a radio show where he'd go on and take questions. He hands everybody his cell phone number and is like, call me anytime. He was a big Trump supporter, as you mentioned in the clip you played. He was screaming loud and proud. Mark Carney is, this is his first foray into elected politics. And he was with the Bank of England from 2013 to 2020. Prior to that, he was the governor of the Bank of Canada from 2008 to 2013, so during that financial crisis. And he worked with Goldman Sachs. He has worked behind the scenes being an advisor to governments, but this will be his first time coming in. He's much more of a, even-toned, on maybe message politician, and Doug Ford is a bit more of, I'm trying to choose my words correctly, but a spectacle politician who is going to come out and say big threats and threaten to cut off electricity. I think you'll see a much more even-toned approach from Carney. And Carney said he has met Trump previously at different forums in his time as governor of Bank of Canada and Bank of England.
All right. Now let's talk about the tax cut. That's on Fox News before we potentially go to Bloomberg again. Also on Al Jazeera, they're doing a speech by the president of the EU rebuilding Syria after Assad. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the multivitamin that I offer here. It's a great way to get the cofactors that you need for enzymatic activity. It's easy to digest. A lot of people don't realize that a multivitamin and minerals are cofactors for enzymatic activity, so your cells will perform properly. So this is a great base that you should have on your stack. So please go to my store, get the multivitamin. It's easy to digest. You can go to the store and take a look at what's in this multivitamin. But you add to this, all right, and the supplements that I'm talking about, and you're going to improve your longevity, slow down the aging process, boost up your immune system, help with your endocrine system, and your other bodily systems, including your brain. So, and your cardiovascular, if you pay attention to the protocol. So get the multivitamin as part of the base. Another part of the base of your stack should be a probiotic. Now, I have a powdered version and I have a VeggieCap version. All right. This is the powdered version, but I also have, I have a VeggieCap version for the ones that prefer to just take the VeggieCap versus the powders. I take a lot of different powders, the probiotic, the collagen, the Boomer Boost, the Gladiator Barley, the lignans. So it's just easier for me to take. So please go to my store, get the probiotic, VeggieCap or the powdered version. There's a small scoop for the powdered version. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water. Take it every day, all right? It's really important to have a good gut biome. Why? You'll absorb your food better, so you have better energy absorption. You're going to bring down inflammation, so it's going to help with your immune system. It's going to improve the mucosal barrier in your gut lining. when you have a better mucosal lining, you're going to have the bacterial colonies that you need for proper health there within the mucosal lining. But you also will have IgA, which is a type of antibody that will be at higher concentrations to help with your immune system. People that have low IgA and thinner mucosal lining and a poor gut biome leads to disease, gut disease. Now, in addition, you're reducing chances of leaky gut syndrome. And by having a good gut biome, you're reducing the chances of having mutations in the crypt. That's where polyps form. You have a mutation in the crypt in a cell. Some of these, and what happens is that it turns into a polyp, and if you don't take care of it, you can get colon cancer. So you really need to screen. So screening is really important. But not just that, a good gut biome. A good gut biome will also help with your brain. You'll be able to sleep better. Your mood will be better. You'll be less irritable. And evidence is starting to show that a good gut biome can help mitigate early onset of dementia and Alzheimer's. It's not the only way, but a good gut biome is going to help with your brain health. A good gut biome will also help with your skin, your hair, and your nails. And your liver will perform better. There's a communication between your gut and your liver. So a good gut biome is really important. So please go to my store, get this probiotic or the VeggieCap version. Take it every day as part of your base for your stack. Again, the multivitamin and the probiotic is a great stack as a base, and then you add to that, all right, and you're on your way to getting healthier. But it's a holistic approach, like I said before. You know, it's proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation, proper mindfulness, need sleep, proper sleep, and learn new things. Challenge your brain. Get that positive neuroplasticity going. All right, with that said, let's go to the tax cut.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. President Trump promised a golden age for America, but he never said it would be easy. Cutting the size and scope of government is hard, which is why it's so rarely tried. Change is hard. Ending wars is hard. Delivering bad news is hard. The economy is sending mixed signals. Inflation, job creation, unemployment, and the prospect of trade competition seem to have rattled the markets. The markets don't just impact people's wealth. Their pension plans and retirement savings and everyday Americans are impacted, and it's on a roller coaster. So when does it end?
When it comes to the stock market, the numbers that we see today, the numbers we saw yesterday, the numbers we'll see tomorrow are a snapshot of a moment in time. And as President Trump has said, and I'm here to echo the remarks of this president of this White House, we are in a period of economic transition. The Federal Reserve
contraction?
Correct. First quarter.
Okay, right here, right now, that is ridiculous.
The president's not relenting on tariffs, but neither are other countries. So where does that lead us? Joining us is Forbes Media Chairman and Editor-in-Chief Steve Forbes. Welcome, Mr. Forbes. I actually stopped looking at the market.
I'm going to go off on a tangent. I'm going to go off on a tangent. Sometimes I go off on tangents. All right. I remember back in '92, it was not uncommon to get something in the mail where you would sign up for different magazines, right? And one of the magazines that I remember signing up back in '92 when I was starting my career in engineering and tool and die, was Forbes magazine. And at that time, this was when some of the big companies that were on the radar was like Oracle and Microsoft, right? IBM was starting to break up, if I remember right. They were just, I think that was around the time when they were starting to break up some of their divisions. But a lot could be learned from that magazine that Forbes started. And it just, when he was introducing him, Steve Forbes, it just took me back immediately to 1992 and just remember reading the magazine and what could be learned from it. But a lot has happened in the United States since 92. All right. You know, this is, at that time it was probably that election year between Bush Sr. and Clinton, all right, when this was happening. And then Ross Perot came onto the scene. And the point I'm making is that a lot has happened with the economy in the United States. Some good, some bad, you know. We had a tech bubble that blew up in 2000. We had, issues with Lehman. We had, 9/11. So a lot has happened in the United States, but we have been able to weather the storm in general. But so we should, in general, be optimistic about the country and about where we can take this. But we also have internal battles. I don't remember in 92 this wokeism or this vitriol between the two parties, between the Republicans or the Democrats, or between conservatism versus liberalism. Not libertarianism, but liberalism. So in politics, I mean. Liberalism in markets is a different thing. That's the Reagan-Thatcher liberalization of markets. But, and at that time, 1980s, you had the 1980s and the 90s slowly ushering in this globalization. And then NAFTA gets passed, and then it really took off. And my observation of what happened in the tool and die industry and in the automotive industry after the passage of NAFTA. So because of that, we just have to be mindful that what we're seeing with Trump is actually the unwinding of things that were happening in the 80s and the early 90s. When I was reading this Steve Forbes' magazine, Fortune magazine, and again, at that time, I remember the cover. Larry Ellison was on the cover, and this was in 92. And at that time, Oracle was one of those stock market darlings, but they had some improprieties with their accounting, with research costs, and so their stock was hit really hard and dropped. And this was around the same time that some of the spin-offs of the different divisions of IBM was starting to take place. But a lot has happened in the United States. A lot has happened. But what we're seeing is the unraveling of that globalization that was taking place in the 80s and in the 90s. But it's taken 35 plus years, or to get to this point where we're at that fork in the road. Do we go with globalization, or do we go with localization? Now, the MBA education during the 80s and 90s, even in the 2000s, was about shareholder maximization, not stakeholder, but shareholder maximization, shareholder value maximization, and that led down the path of globalization. On top of running deficits issued by our Treasury, and this symbiotic relationship between countries that were giving us goods at a cheaper price, us hemorrhaging our manufacturing, but those countries were buying our debt because we were giving them dollars. Case in point, China. But the most favored, giving a high favorable status of trade to China came through Bush Jr. in 2000 or 2001. I think it was 2001. I think it was. But the point here is that we're unraveling that now. All right. And, you know, when you're looking at people like Steve Forbes with Fortune magazine, right? You see this huge arc of economic activity that has happened. And we're almost coming full circle to a pre-80s day where it's about localization, not globalization. I think that the people that are being trained in MBAs, in MBA school, need more of the concept of localization, redundancy in just-in-time manufacturing, and not be so reliant on foreign markets, especially for material. And we need to understand that our policy, our deficit, our multiple decade problem with deficits at the government level is now come home to roost because of this globalization, this runaway globalization that has taken place. Now, I don't think that someone could say, honestly, that the manufacturing middle class in its manufacturing base is better off because of the policies of the 1980s, 90s, and the 2000s. I think that that we've lost know-how. Now you add in these blue screen technologies like iPads and iPhones, and a quality of food has gone down, and you're looking at an IQ level since 86, 87 actually going down. All right. So kids that were born in 86 or 87 have much higher incidences of ADHD, much higher incidences of being on the spectrum. And you have a society that now, you know, because of all these technologies like Facebook and you know, see social media platforms, you're literally having a dumbing down of the population on top of the globalization. So you've lost manufacturing, but you're also losing IQ points because of this quick dopamine hit, doing the scrolling on some sort of social media platform. So people's attention spans are going down. You look around your work, how many people are actually on their cell phone or constantly looking at their cell phone when they're at their desk? They're not paying attention to their job. Or going into a meeting. Maybe it's a subcommittee meeting, maybe it's a board meeting, and even the board members are, you know, always looking at their phone. Every time, they've done studies of this. Every time your phone goes off with a notification, your sympathetic nervous system goes up. That means you have cortisol that's being introduced in your bloodstream. So your stress levels have gone up every time you get a notification. Or if you're wearing a watch, one of those smart watches. I don't wear smart watches. Why? Because there's a hepatic capability to it where it kind of buzzes if you get a message. Well, every time it buzzes, that's a physiological response to activate your sympathetic nervous system. It literally weakens your immune system. A smart watch with the hepatic activation on it weakens your immune system because it's bringing up your cortisol levels. So people are stressed out, they're aging faster, their attention spans are shorter, and we've lost our manufacturing base. So there is a big arc that has happened. Now, hopefully we can turn the tide and that we're seeing the big cycle going from globalization to localization again. But the other part of this is that people need to stay away from the blue screens. People need to stop doing the doom scrolling. People need to actually have the wherewithal and the attention span to read a book from cover to cover, a real book, not an ebook, but a real book. Reading comprehension is going down, not just for the youth, but for adults. And it's not because of neurons, not being as robust as when they were younger. It's because these technologies are literally making people's attention span go down and our IQ going down. See, there's kind of like a hardwire IQ of potential for an individual when they're born. But there's also a plasticity for the IQ where it can go up and down throughout your life, depending on if you are nurturing your neurons with new knowledge, right? Or if you're suppressing that nurturing of new knowledge. So there is a plasticity of IQ, and there is some fluctuation of IQ, but there's also a hardwire IQ, all right? And these technologies are preventing you with that plasticity. It's bringing down your attention span, and that's why people aren't performing as well at work. That's why the service industry, if you need someone to help you on a call center or at a store, they look like they're stupid. They don't know what they're doing. All right, or you go to a restaurant and the maitre d' or the server is just oblivious of what's really going on. Their attention spans are shot because of these technologies. But Zuckerberg is a billionaire. Larry Page and Sergey, billionaires. They became billionaires, but made you stupid. So, that's kind of like just a little op-ed of when I was listening to Steve Forbes being introduced. It just automatically took me back to 1992 and what was going on in the United States at that time. And when people were getting out of high school, while people were in college, job prospects were much better in the United States than they are today for the youth, by far. And I say it's because of two things. Globalization has destroyed the manufacturing base and the economic clustering in the United States. And two, the technologies that we have today, like iPads, iPhones, overuse of computers, have gotten to the point where the adults that overuse this technology and the youth have wired their brain in such a way where they actually have lower IQ.
Me too. I've been watching Silence of the Lambs because it's less scary for me than looking at the stock market. So what's going on with the market?
Well, don't pay too much attention to Hannibal right now, but the uncertainty of the tariffs has really had businesses and individuals halting on their plans. They want to see what the rules of the road are going into the future. So the sooner the president can get this stability in terms of setting these tariff rates, people know what the rules of the game are. Rates don't change 25, 50%, 10%, because that disrupts, it's not just prices, it's the supply chain. Who are you going to buy from in terms of materials, at what price? So the sooner that gets done, the better. But all of that underscores something, and you've been hitting on in the past, the need to pass immediately a big, beautiful tax cut bill to get real tailwinds for this economy. And that's what happened in 2017. The tariffs didn't come until after the tax bill was passed. That was good. So in terms of the tax bill, I hope your colleagues, former colleagues, throw away the roadblocks thrown up by the Congressional Budget Office, which is not in the Constitution, and put a big tax cut in place. Not just renewing the tax cuts, Ray, but also cutting individual income tax rates. Get around this blue state obsession with deductibility of SALT, state and local taxes, and cut to 2 tax rates. I hate to get nerdy here, but there are 2 critical tax rates in the code, 22% and 24% personal tax rates. It goes up to $395,000 for a couple filing jointly. If you cut those 2 rates down to 15%, that would give a huge boost to the economy. You combine that with what the president proposed during his campaign, including Social Security, getting the corporate tax rate down to 15% for the profits made here and products and services sold here. You get this big, huge tax bill passed, and you'll see the markets behaving better. You'll see the economy behaving better. So get this stuff together, and we will be able to see gold on the horizon.
I am sure the guys and gals working on that reconciliation package are listening to you right now, Mr. Forbes. Let me ask you about tariffs and trade. It could be argued
This is
that
the
no
point.
one actually
This
wins.
is the point that I was making earlier in the broadcast. The stock market is going down. The S&P 500 is going down. It's starting to consolidate around the 5,500 mark, 5,550 mark. Right now it's trading at 5,600. And the market is starting to digest the potentiality of the effects of these tariffs. Unemployment probably will go up. All right, it's at 4.1%. It's probably going to go up to like 4.9. So it's still going to be low. And you pass the tax bill, the tax cut bill, and the market's going to rally hard, right? Now, as the unemployment rate starts to tick up, if the inflation is still high, above 2%, and the Federal Reserve cuts rates, that's most likely going to be potentially inflationary on top of the tariffs, all right? So the Federal Reserve probably won't cut rates. But if they do, prices may go up a bit. I think it would be a bad move if the Federal Reserve reduced rates. But in terms of stock trading, if the Federal Reserve reduced rates with the tax bill being passed, the tax cut bill being passed, it's going to be rallying the market very hard. And it's going to go probably like 6,800 to 6,900, and then, be testing that 6,800, 7,000 mark. Now, some experts have projected at the end of the year, some of the institutional investors are projecting 7,100 for the S&P 500. I'm not there yet. I'm looking at about 6,800 right now. All right, we'll see what happens. But third quarter, fourth quarter of this year, there's a high probability of the stock market rallying very hard. So this is the reason why that you want to nibble at this point to get that gain.
Trade war. So what is the president trying to do, and how are other countries reacting, and where do you see this ending?
Well, the key thing is the hope was that the threat of tariffs and imposition of tariffs would focus, and we'll see in April when the president makes this big, huge proposal on tariffs, that other countries would reduce their trade barriers. So we get a reduction of trade barriers, which would be good for everybody. But you're right, tariffs are a tax, and economic theologians can argue as to who pays what proportion of it, but it is a tax, it is an expense. And so the sooner we get on a path where we can see that rates are going to be lowered because it's in the interest of everybody. If a country has a higher tax rate, this will be an inducement to lower their tax rate. But in the meantime, the way this thing is played out, as you alluded to, is the U.S. is now seen as an enemy in Canada. Mexico, the leftist new president there, has an 85% approval rating for allegedly standing up to President Trump. Same thing in Britain. And so the sooner we get this thing on a track where people see predictability on how the rules are made and what the rules are, the better for all of us. And once again, we can start to see the brass turn to gold.
All right, before I let you go, cutting government is hard, which is why it's almost never tried. If you were standing before a town hall trying to explain to people why the pain, why the temporary suffering, what would you say to them? Because it is tough on some people.
It is, and when you do something in a rush, you're going to have situations where you're going to have to make reversals. You got the courts getting involved and all that sort of thing. But I would simply tell people, this is your money that's being wasted, and the money should go for what is appropriated for. You mentioned earlier in your show the education department. That is the antithesis what they've done at the education. So return those monies to you, the parents, return them to the states. Let you decide how those dollars are going to be spent in terms of improving education opportunities. So I would just say it's your money. If you want it wasted, we can continue the old ways, but it's just going to get worse. What the revelation of what Lee Zeldin, the commissioner of the EPA, revealed in terms of billions of dollars being wasted in terms of these things that are unaccountable. It's like laundering money. They give it to an organization, that gives it to other organizations. We end up financing stuff. People scratch their heads. How did this happen? And fortunately, Musk and the Muscovites are digging in a granular way that has never been done before, finding out where the money really goes.
Steve Forbes, thank you for joining us. Usually you have to pay a lot of money to get advice from you, but tonight we got it for free. So Steve Forbes, thank you for joining us on the Sunday night.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest...
All right. We need that tax cut in the United States for sure. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let me explain the third pillar of my core protocol. The first pillar is taking max 35 or max 14 every day to boost up your immune system. C60 is the second pillar to soak up free radicals. All right, it's very potent. So it's antioxidant, very strong antioxidant. The third pillar is to bring down inflammation with ashwagandha, lignans, and turmeric. And the fourth pillar is to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism with Boomer Boost. Now let's talk about the third pillar here. Taking turmeric will bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. That's important for your cardiovascular system, but also for your immune system. All right, and just the overall bringing down inflammation. If you take turmeric right after a workout, you're going to recover quicker. All right, if you're not feeling well and to bring down that inflammation, take turmeric. All right, but let's focus on cardiovascular health and your immune system. If you bring down inflammation, right, by bringing down those pro-inflammatory cytokines and soaking up free radicals, because this is an antioxidant, you're reducing stress. And when you reduce stress, that is helping your immune system. You're bringing down that overreaction of your immune system. People that are chronically inflamed, all right, have chronic pain or chronically inflamed, they have high cortisol levels, and that's immunosuppressive. You want to bring that down. So turmeric is going to help with that. And by bringing down that stress at the vascular level, you're reducing chances of building up plaque. So take turmeric. Now, you can also take ashwagandha by itself, but it works better when you stack it. Ashwagandha will help bring down cortisol levels. Like I said, high cortisol levels chronically is immunosuppressive. So you want to bring the cortisol levels down. Also, ashwagandha controls your blood glucose levels. By controlling your blood glucose levels at a proper level, what will happen is you're reducing inflammation, because too much of a concentration of glucose in your bloodstream is inflammatory. So when you have inflammation in the vascular system, what's going to happen is your arteries are going to age faster. It's going to cause the first cascade signal to build up plaque. You want to bring that inflammation down to reduce plaque formation. So taking these two together are synergistic. The turmeric brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines and soaks up free radicals. Ashwagandha root brings down cortisol levels and helps your glucose levels. So taking these together are going to help your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Now, taking lignans, this is a powder, small scoop. You take it every day with filtered water or soft foods like yogurt or hummus or even applesauce. All right. Now, lignans has a few purposes to it. All right. It will bring down inflammation. It will help you to recover if you work out, but it also will help with your immune system and your endocrine system. So when you stack these together, what's going to happen is that you're going to bring down inflammation, and it's also an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. And this is a powerful stack to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system, because you're bringing down inflammation, you're soaking up free radicals, you're reducing the chances of building up plaque. Now, it's a holistic approach. So you stack this and you're helping your immune system and your cardiovascular system, but you also want proper diet and exercise. Get better blood flow, reduce your LDL, increase your HDL, because if you have less LDL, it can't oxidize. You're soaking up those free radicals with the lignans and the turmeric. So you have less free radicals in your bloodstream, so your LDL doesn't oxidize, and you need oxidized LDL to make plaque. So if you don't have LDL, if you have less LDL and less LDL that's oxidized, you're radically reducing your chances of plaque formation in your arteries or your vascular system. All right. So really important. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and get the lignans, the ashwagandha, and the turmeric. This is the third pillar of the core protocol. Now, if you don't want to take the core protocol, you can't afford it, that's okay. Take this together, and you're going to be helping with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Do some work, cardiovascular, or do some cardio training, all right? And proper diet. So proper diet and exercise with the stack is going to help you. And it's dual purpose. Helps with your immune system and your cardiovascular system, all right? I have a cardiovascular longevity box. It's called the Longevity Cardiovascular Box at a discount. It has these supplements plus some more that will help to mitigate further plaque formation. And if you follow the protocol, proper diet, proper exercise, right? Proper sleep, proper supplementation, you take that cardiovascular box, what you'll notice over a year, that the plaque that you have built up is going to shrink. So if you have a 50% occlusion or a 50% blockage for for some of your blood vessels, you can go from 50% to 35% to 15%, all right, over time. And you're reducing the probability of further plaque buildup somewhere else. So if you follow that cardiovascular stack that's in the longevity cardiovascular box and do the proper diet and proper exercise, you're going to actually get healthier vascularly. Not only are you slowing down, not only you're slowing down plaque buildup, lowering the probability of further plaque buildup, but you're shrinking the buildup that is already there. Now, you can't get rid of all of it. It's impossible to get rid of all of it unless a surgeon comes in and cuts it and then does a graft, a vascular graft. You can't get all of it away, but you can get a lot of it away, slowly. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the turmeric, get the lignans, and get the ashwagandha. It's a great way to improve your vascular health and also your immune system. And if you really want to supercharge it, get the longevity cardiovascular box that I have. It's at a discount. You can apply discount 5 on top of that. All my longevity boxes and anti-aging boxes, compared to purchasing them individually, getting a longevity or anti-aging box is cheaper. I'm trying to get these supplements into your hands because it works. You follow my lead. These are things that I do. If you follow my lead, you pay attention to what you need to do, you can mitigate a lot of the problems that you have. All right, with that said, we got a lot of people, a lot of the media is in commercial break right now. So let's see here. Okay. Interactive Brokers, Peter Riffey, is being interviewed on CNBC. It was published 15 minutes ago. So let's listen to what he has to say.
Do you think this candle will cover up my friend's overpowering cologne?
Impossible. Hey, do you mind paying? All I have are nickels.
Not at all.
Two change for a nickel.
Unlimited 2% cash back. The Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card.
The S&P and the NASDAQ coming off their best day since November of last year. The Dow coming off what was its worst week in 2 years. Of course, concerns over tariffs continue to drive increased volatility and a lot of what has been that downward motion of late. Thomas Petterfee is Interactive Brokers founder and chairman. He joins us now to weigh in. Tom, Mr. Petterfee, as I like to call you, what are you seeing out there right now in terms of
Tomas?
Tomas, there you go. That's better. Tomas, what is driving, in your opinion, right now, sort of sentiment amongst the investor base, certainly that uses your platform, for example?
Well, the issue is that just not quite a month ago, our customers were up over 6% for the year, and today they are down 2% for the year. So that's quite a turnaround. And obviously, I think it is caused not as much by the tariff storm, but simply stocks have just gone too high. The P's were almost to 30, now they are back to 28. I think they could come down a little bit more. And also, our customers were basically very heavy in NVIDIA and Tesla, which were the two highest holdings, followed by Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Google. So these are the big tech stocks. On the other hand, I think that what we're getting out of artificial intelligence is just absolutely amazing. It is getting very substantially better every month. So if you are using AI, you can see that very rapid improvement in that. And so it's quite breathtaking.
Actually, since you raised it, I'm curious. I assume you are using it in your business. That's firsthand that you're sharing that. Give us some sense as to how you're using it and what you're referring to when you see these sort of gains that you're talking about.
Well, just any area you want to explore, you start a conversation, and suddenly you're talking to an entity that knows a lot more about anything than you do. It's just quite amazing to me. It is just breathtaking. So if anybody out there is not using it, I think you're missing out.
Do you think it's going to change the way that people invest and the edge that retail traders can have over institutional?
Absolutely. You discover connections that you haven't thought of before. So it's just, I'm just completely amazed by it.
Tomas, a couple of months ago, I think you were flagging that margin borrowing among your customers was at a record. Now, the stock market value was also at an all-time record. So I don't know if that felt like it was excessive to you, but where does that stand right now, and where does it appear we are in this sort of reduction in risk process?
So we had, at the high point, we had 66 billion in margins, and that was about a month ago, and now it's down to 63. So it's a 5% drop. It's not really a lot, right? Because the market has, I said, dropped 8% over that period of time, and margins loans only dropped 5%. So if there is anything, more money may come out of margins.
What do you make of retail engagement with the market down? I mean, we saw so many, the retail traders coming in, buying the dips as the market was going higher. If we are in for a more pronounced slowdown, what does that look like to you? Do you think that some of those retail traders will drop out?
Well, some of them always drop out, but I think the winners will be the ones that hold on. And so, look, if you look at the economy, we have RBKR forecast trader, right, where we are getting more and more of a sense, and our customers get a sense of what people are thinking. And there are roughly there is an expectation of 30% probability that there'll be a recession by the second quarter. There are these tariff issues, but obviously we have a huge, we have $2 trillion of debt and another $1 trillion of trade deficit. And we have, Trump has 2 years to do something about it because according to IBKR forecast trader, traders believe that there is a 65% chance that the Democrats will take over the House in 26. So Trump has to hurry up and he will break some things in the courts, but he has to do it. This is our only chance.
Tomas, always appreciate you taking some time. Thank you.
All right. I want to switch over to Bloomberg here. So let's listen in.
Versus import-reliant industries. But a lot of the factories in the U.S. that are setting up in practice, these are the sort of end of the food chain. We're talking assembling solar modules from imported ingots and wafers, or assembling EVs from some degree of imported parts, although the EV supply chain is rather more domestic. So depending on which part of the industry you're talking about, they're going to be looking positively or negatively at this order. That said, it's important to note that current rules still allow joint ventures and licensing deals. Some companies, like Ford, were counting on using those kinds of deals to try and build up their own technological edge and compete better. So I think there's an understanding that companies want investment. They want a clean, predictable environment. To some extent, this order does try to answer those concerns by making it easier to mitigate against some of the foreign investment concerns that are regulated by, say, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S., CFIUS. But at the end of the day, I think this is one additional element of uncertainty and one that's increasingly defined by uncertainty.
If clean tech wasn't a word, if it was just like tech, would this be different? Or is the fact that the word's clean on it changes the dynamic?
I think you've seen broader sort of concerns in the government community about Chinese investments. Certainly you hear about that in chips, anything cybersecurity related. Technically speaking, a major trade barrier is the connected cars rule the Biden administration imposed, saying no cars with Chinese navigational or connectivity software can be sold in the U.S. market after 2026. So I think the fact that energy is a sort of critical sector and specifically called out as such in this order makes it especially sensitive. But there's a variety of other strategic sectors where these sensitivities also apply.
And Derek, I guess the reality, though, is that the Chinese, in fact, are way ahead of the rest of the world in terms of battery technology. So that makes it even more difficult. What's the solution there?
Well, something the order tries to do is compensate for that by making it easier for unspecified U.S. allies and partners to invest in the U.S. This could include, say, Japan and Korea, which are some of the other leaders in the sector. But at the same time, that's complicated by the fact that, one, there's no current list of allies and partners. And right now, all those traditional alliances and partnerships are complicated by the trade war. And two, there's not a specific set of circumstances under which those allies and partners can get a guarantee that they'll be allowed in. It specifically says that if there's partnerships with Chinese companies by these U.S. allied and partner companies, then that could complicate their investment climate. And since places like Panasonic or AESC from Japan or SK On, LG Energy Solutions from Korea, they have commercial relationships in China, right? Maybe that's supply chain, maybe that's consumption. And it's not totally clear which of those relationships would be considered prejudicial to their getting permission to set up in the U.S.
Hey, Derek, what areas of the clean tech area space is the U.S. doing well in and investing the right kind of money in, like the sectors developing?
Right. I think that's a great question. I think, first of all, you can sort of separate deployment and manufacturing. Deployment-wise, we're seeing an absolute boom in battery installations, solar installations. Things like wind are a little bit more affected by interest rates, uncertainty, things like that. On the supply chain side, there's definitely been a huge boom in battery manufacturing and related EV investments. But as we mentioned, there's a lot of sort of foreign involvement in the supply chains, which could be a little bit impacted by this. Lastly, I think there are some U.S. grown technologies, especially those related to sort of spin-offs of oil and gas drilling for energy and geothermal. We use a lot of those techniques for geothermal drilling. Those are doing fairly well, but they're earlier on, and they're not necessarily as determinative of progress in the energy transition right now as some of these traditional legacy technologies.
Hey, Derek, we're only 2 months into the second Trump administration, but is there any consensus in your world of policy as to whether this administration is going to be helpful or not helpful as it relates to, economic policy in green?
I think if we're talking about economic policy with respect to clean energy, I think that you have to look at the sort of broader macroeconomic uncertainties surrounding tariffs, the impacts on interest rates. I think that creates a bit of a cloud under all kinds of capital-intensive investments. At the same time, there's been a strong focus on an all-of-the-above energy strategy, trying to support data center build-out. And while the actions so far have concentrated heavily on oil and gas and related infrastructure, fossil fuel power plants, there is sort of the inkling or political room for continued support of supply expansion by all means, which, based on the sort of interconnection queues, the big expected load growth for data centers and more, seems reasonably likely. However, it is only 2 months in, and I think we've really got to wait to see how this situation develops and which factions of the Trump administration are more dominant in the longer run.
Yeah, Derek, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Derek Flickel, Bloomberg NEF, lead U.S. policy analyst. I spoke to Secretary Wright, Energy Secretary, and I asked him about the clean tech investment. I was like, look, if we want to get manufacturing here in the U.S., wouldn't it make sense then to invest in the clean technology part? And he was just against the clean part.
Really?
Yeah, so I think maybe it's just a framing PR thing at this point. Because in theory, sure, you want to be competitive, you want manufacturing here, that should be all manufacturing, right? Just not, say, chips
I think
and
my
things.
takeaway, being the neophyte on this energy thing, as an energy observer, I think we're going to need all of it.
Yeah.
I mean,
because
nuclear.
certain things make sense in certain areas.
Yeah.
You're not going to have wind and...
Wind is ridiculous. Solar panels are ridiculous. And nuclear is ridiculous. First of all, solar panels don't have the high energy density for a centralized grid. It could be useful for decentralized, for an individual building. Wind, it's too variable, but it's an eyesore for the landscape. Same thing with large panel farms, and it hurts the birds. All right, it's killing off the birds. Nuclear is terrible. It's high energy density, but if you have a catastrophe, you can't fix the problem. Remember Fukushima? Nuclear is, until it's fusion, not fission reactors, nuclear should be not even invested into. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this stack that I'm going to be talking about here. And it's important to detoxify your body on a regular basis, all right? Get zeolite. You can take this every day. Take 2 small drops underneath your tongue. Drink it with filtered water, all right? Do that every day. And what that will do is it'll bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, including forever chemicals, PFAS. All right. Now, when you're detoxifying your body, it's also important that you clean your environment in your home. Make sure that you're drinking filtered water, reduce your exposure or eliminate your exposure to processed foods, and make sure that in your garage or in your basement or your cupboards or your closets, that cleaning supplies are well wrapped. And if you don't need certain chemicals in your house, get rid of them, because these are chemicals that you're breathing in or you're being exposed to some way that will lead to endocrine disruption or problems with your immune system. So a lot of people don't realize that the chemicals that are around your house are affecting your body. All right, so you want to maybe double or triple layer the container to reduce that exposure to those chemicals, if you have to have them in your garage or in your basement or whatever. So take the zeolite every day, 2 small drops. Now, some people prefer to do a heavier detox, more intense detox, take 5 small drops underneath your tongue every day, drink filtered water, do that every day until the bottle is done, and then do that once or twice a year. But it's better to be doing a maintenance year-round, every day, to bind to those heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. Now, what will happen is that zeolite will bind to it because it's a negatively charged molecule. It's going to bind to that positively charged molecule, and it's going to allow you to urinate it out in 6 to 8 hours, the toxin. All right, so this is a great way to improve your immune system and your endocrine system, and just to detoxify your body. But also make sure you drink filtered water and stay away from processed foods because it has a lot of chemicals in it. Now, a lot of people don't realize that when you have a lot of toxins in your body, you're creating inflammation. And when you're causing inflammation at the vascular level, you're causing that first cascade to building up plaque. All right? So detoxifying your body is going to help with your vascular system. But you also need to do a few other things. Bring down inflammation and control your total cholesterol. Now, omega-3 is going to help with your total cholesterol. It's going to lower your LDL levels, lower your bad cholesterol, and increase your good cholesterol, which is your HDL. So take omega-3 every day to improve your lipid profile. Also, omega-3 helps to prevent red blood cells from sticking. So it's going to reduce over clotting. Really important. We know why, all right? I don't need to go into detail about that. And omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation. Remember what I said, inflammation is the first cascade for this plaque buildup. Inflammation causes damage to the intima of the vessel. LDL gets oxidized because of LDL concentrations and free radicals. All right, and that LDL oxidizes, gets into the middle of your blood vessels called the media. And then macrophages go to try to eat up that oxidized LDL, forming a foam cell, which is plaque. Okay, so if you reduce your LDL, you reduce your free radicals, you bring down inflammation, you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the omega-3. But like I said, a good stack here is, and you can take them separately, it's up to you. But a good stack here is just improve your lipid profile, bring down systemic inflammation, but also to detoxify your body. All right, like I said, it's helping your immune, by detoxifying your body, you're helping your vascular system, you're helping with your endocrine system, you're helping with your immune system, you're helping your different bodily systems, right? If you have a lot of toxins, do you think you're going to think well? Your brain's going to function well? No. The answer is no. Do you think your liver is going to perform good when you're full of toxins? No. So it behooves you to actually take zeolite. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right, let's go to Bloomberg.
An investor order comes in. Well, all right, I'm the buy side client A. I want to go to a private room. Do I go through my broker deal, whether it's Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley, and they get me into the private room, or do I go directly into the private room?
So if you are the investor, you're just sending your order and your broker's executing, it's up to the broker. And many times it's the broker's algos that actually have these private rooms set, and they, in an automated process, it might go straight to the private room within the alternative trading system, or it could go to the exchange. It all depends on, again, the size of the trade, the speed, really what you're trying to do. What is your end game? What's your goal?
So if I don't have access though, am I losing out? Like if I'm just trading on the regular old NYSE, like am I losing speed or money or trade, or is it just different?
So it's the big question mark. One of the firms that I profiled in my story today is a minority-owned broker-dealer, and they specifically are looking to interact with other minority broker-dealers. So there's a room set up with only minority-owned broker-dealers. So that use case is very specific. Obviously, if you're not a minority-owned broker-dealer, you may not be invited into that room. And whether or not that is a big con, whether or not those trades that you don't have access to are going to impact your experience, it's still a very small sliver of the market. The ATSs, the firms that are running these off-exchange venues that I talked to, in trying to understand the actual volumes that are happening within these private rooms, it's very small. Some of them are saying 5%, it's less than 10% overall. So when you think about the bigger picture here, it's not as if you're losing out on half of the trading that is occurring off exchange, by no means. The question becomes, as this trend grows and we are seeing it pick up momentum, will it then start to impact the trading experience? And then some of your questions that you're bringing up, Alex, those will need to be asked and hopefully answered over time.
If these private rooms for trading start to impact the market, then the Federal Trade Commission is going to come in, investigate, and may even abolish or make it illegal to have dark rooms. I'm shocked that this can even happen. But because there's so much liquidity in the regular trading method for most people, even institutional investors, that these dark rooms are just a small part of the actual liquidity. But if it gets bigger and there's whales in these dark rooms, it can swing markets, and that's not good. That looks like the Federal Trade Commission would come in and regulate.
First day of trading on that Pan American Airlines, and I was making $22,500. I was taking these knuckles out for drinks that were making $800,000-900,000. I had no money.
I'm guessing you didn't expense that.
No. So I had to.
That hurts.
Yeah. So some of the other junior folks came and kind of pulled our money.
Aw, that's so nice. Look at that.
Anyway,
we're going to find out. It's going to be huge. All right, that wraps up for us on this Monday. Thanks so much for listening to Bloomberg Intelligence.
Okay, so the St. Patrick's Day parade in New York is happening. I'm not going to cover it, but it's playing on live now. I want to go to Fox Business, and it looks like they're talking about oil prices going down and grocery prices going down. So let's see what's going on there.
Welcome back. President Trump is set to meet with oil and gas executives this week with his steel and aluminum tariffs now in effect. Reciprocal tariffs are coming on April 2nd. The oil and gas industries rely heavily on those imports. And joining me now with a look ahead is the chairman and CEO of Red Apple Group, United Refining Company, and Gristedes and D'Agostino Supermarkets, John Catsimatidis. John, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. What do you want to see discussed at that meeting between President Trump and the oil and gas executives? Will you be there, John?
No, I was not invited. And let's see what happens, because I do a lot of business in Canada. And in effect, in Canada, in April 2nd, there's no tariffs until April 2nd on oil. And the fact is, nobody's wrote a check yet. I think President Trump is waiting to sit down with the Canadians. And he sat down with Doug Ford many times already. I think both people want to make a deal. So I predict there will be a deal with Canada at some point. And hopefully it's before anybody has to write a check for tariffs.
Okay, so you don't even think these tariffs are going to go through with Canada and Mexico because you think there will be a deal with both, or just Canada?
I think I don't know much about Mexico, but I think President Trump wants to make a deal before they have to push the button.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense because, of course, these are our friends to the north and south, and you've got the USMCA deal already in place, which he was very proud of when he first did it. But, of course, he had the opportunity to redo it, and that's what he's doing. I spoke with the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, last week about the president's Northeast natural gas pipeline and how it can reduce costs for New Yorkers. I want to get your take on this. What?
I think it's highly likely that this pipeline, there's a couple of them actually get done. It's just such a win-win-win. You know, this will lower costs for people in the New York area, for New England, not just heating costs, which is a big deal. Old houses are heated by fuel oil. Natural gas is just so much cheaper, and it burns cleaner. but it also lower electricity prices, which of course everyone would cheer for that as well, and allow businesses in New England or in New York City area to expand and grow their businesses and grow more jobs. So it's like no one loses by this, but silly politics of several years ago stopped these in the first go round. But I think it's quite likely these pipelines will be under construction before this year's over.
Katz, do you agree with that? I mean, this interview was on Friday, and it followed the president's national energy emergency declaration at the start of his term. Fundstrat Global Advisors Managing Director Mark Newton was here last week. He said oil prices are going down. He's expecting $50 oil. Watch this.
Crude oil is likely going to go down to $50 in my view, and so the efforts of the administration obviously continue to pump and reset U.S. energy infrastructure. I think is a big positive, along with the fact that China's recovery remains pretty fragile, and it's very difficult to, they're going to be exporting, I think, deflation to the rest of the world. So the combination of those, any sort of tariffs, we're forgetting that that's going to have a huge demand impact on China. Crude oil is likely going to have a big slide, so that's going to very much positively inflect inflation to the downside and help.
Well, John, oil prices are up this morning, and I think it has more to do with what's going on in the Red Sea and the Houthis harassing our ships. Your reaction to all of that?
Over the next 3 to 6 months, oil prices will go down. I think the price is going to be anywhere from 55 to 65, which is a great price for oil involved. The other problem with Canada is right now the Liberal government is still in charge, and it's going to be in the next 2 weeks. There's going to be elections, I believe, and the Conservative Party wants to make a deal with President Trump and do what's fair for both sides. Pipelines, gas pipelines, absolutely. Oil pipelines, I predict that we're going to be doing some oil pipelines too, because it's an opportunity. If you have a conservative government in Canada and you have President Trump in charge with Lee Zeldin, EPA. I was there when President Trump said to Lee Zeldin, make sure we do what we have to do to have great energy prices and great energy for North America.
Yeah, I mean, look, President Trump's goal is to put more oil on the market, more natural gas on the market so that prices go lower. Now, we've still got elevated prices, John. I want to get your take on the CPI from February. It showed grocery prices flat month to month. Overall food inflation, 2.6% year over year. What are you seeing in your supermarkets right now?
Egg prices have come down substantially, and food prices will start to come down over the next 3 months. We have already started lowering prices in Gristedes and D'Agostino stores that we own in New York City.
So you're lowering prices already?
Yes.
And I mean, you think that sticks?
I think that sticks. I think oil prices go down, diesel prices go down, then the factories and the transportation, the supermarkets, the diesel prices going down, their costs are coming down.
All right. You're also very active in the political backdrop in New York. New York City Council Speaker Adrienne Adams raised only $128,000 in the first week of her mayoral campaign. She fell short of qualifying for matching public funds. She joined incumbent Eric Adams and, of course, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. They're running closely, but John, it looks like a lot of people feel that Cuomo will win this. What do you think is going to happen here in the mayoral race in New York City?
Right now, what I think should happen, Eric Adams is cooperating with Tom Homan, cooperating with President Trump to get the criminals off the street of New York. And Eric Adams is going to be mayor until January 1st. Let's clean up New York completely. He cooperates with Tom Homan, cooperates with President Trump. The primaries are not till, I believe, June 24th. And let's see what happens.
So June 24th this year, it's going to be a real horse.
So, because I live in New York City, I'll be voting for the mayor. I'm voting for Adams. I am not voting for Cuomo. Absolutely not.
I mean, at this point, it looks like Eric Adams versus Andrew Cuomo.
I think it's 50-50, being either one.
Interesting. John, in terms of your oil business and your food business, where are the pressures that you see as a business owner? Because this is also an issue for the mayoral race, but it's an issue for the whole country because of the inflation that we've all just come off of.
Well, if we don't clean up New York from criminal activity and shoplifters, et cetera, we are not making any money in New York, and half the drugstores have closed up. And I think New York has to be fixed this year. If it's not fixed, we're in deep doo-doo.
Yep. All right, John. We'll be watching your work, certainly. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
Totally agree with him on that. Totally agree. The crime in New York is out of control. And it's because of the DA, the district attorney, not willing to be tough on crime. He's being way too soft on minority crime, and the whole illegal alien issue is a big issue too, and the gangs that are running around. There's a lawlessness, and it's not just lawlessness. There's a lack of regard of life. And when you have a society that has a lack of regard for life, dangerous things can happen in the society. Please help support my work by going to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer. I'm telling you how to stack them in a certain way that's cost effective for you and that is dual purpose. All right. If you follow my lead, you're going to slow down the aging process. You're going to have more vitality and longevity. So as we get older, our pancreatic health isn't as good. All right. So it's really important to take the digestive enzyme complex. This helps to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids and reduces the load on your pancreas. This is really important when you're 40 years of age or older. All right. Now, if you're an athlete, young or older, by taking the digestive enzyme complex is going to actually help you break up your pre or post workout fueling and reduce the load on your pancreas. All right. So take this every day. This also has bromelain in it. So it's fibrinolytic, so it's going to break up clots. And it has proteolytic enzymes in it. And that was really important during the crisis because it helps to break up glycoproteins. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the digestive enzyme complex, reduce the load on your pancreas, break up the carbohydrates and lipids, and that way you're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better and put less stress on your pancreas and on your gut. So go to my store and get the digestive enzyme complex. So now we're with this stack that I'm explaining here. You can take it separately, but with the stack I'm explaining is just like, now we've targeted the digestion and we've targeted the pancreas health. Now let's target the brain. All right. Taking Clarity Factor will help with removing that brain fog, and you're going to be able to concentrate better at work or in school, or, even if you're retired, you'll just have better memory. This helps with memory support, and your overall cognition will be better. Now, when you are thinking more clearly and you're thinking better, right, your neurons are firing better. And when your neurons are firing better, you are helping with your neurons to connect, what I call positive neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity means that you can change the neural network, the connections, either negatively, which is depression. You can reduce the network, or you can increase the network, right? So what I call positive neuroplasticity or negative neuroplasticity. So with Clarity Factor, you're going to be able to concentrate better. And when you are performing these cognitive functions on a regular basis, what's happening is that your neurons are firing better. And therefore, you're creating an environment for positive growth for these neurons to connect, these dendritic connections to happen. So when these dendritic connections happen, you're thinking faster. You're going to be able to consolidate memory more. So taking Clarity Factor is going to support the memory, but also reduce that brain fog and allow you to concentrate at work, in school, or even if you're retired. So that's really important. Neural health is really important. Now, take this every day. If you are doing something that has high cognitive load at work or in school, I highly recommend to take it twice a day. Take it in the morning and in mid-afternoon. But for most people, taking it once a day is okay. It's up to you if you want to take it in the morning or in the afternoon, depending on when you start having that brain fog. But the thing is that this is going to prevent that brain fog, but also taking this every day and drinking filtered water is going to improve this neuroplasticity and the firing of these neurons. Really important. So help with your brain health by taking Clarity Factor. So we've focused on your pancreas and digestion and your brain health. So that's a good stack. And then let's add in muscle. All right. Now, Myotrol is a supplement you take to help with the gene expression to build and maintain muscle and help with the health of your mitochondria. Because you need lots of ATP from your mitochondria to build and to maintain muscle. Now, once we turn about age 40, we start to atrophy, all right, for the average person. Now, it becomes harder to gain muscle and to maintain muscle mass. So Myotrol is going to help you with that. So if you're 40 years of age or older, you should be taking Myotrol every day. This has flavonoids, lignans, and polyphenols that will help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. And like I said, improve the mitochondrial health. Now, this stacks really well with Gladiator barley because the barley is a high density protein to help with build the muscle. That's the building blocks to build the muscle. Myotrol is used for the gene expression. Now, you will get muscle mass creation by doing resistance training and just taking Myotrol. But you'll get more muscle mass creation if you're taking Myotrol, resistance training, and taking the Gladiator barley. All right? This is important for males and females. For females that are postmenopausal, all right? Your body's changing and your hormonal levels are changing and your body physique is changing. But if you maintain the proper supplementation and do these exercises, pardon me, I gotta swallow there. If you do these exercises of resistance training, cardio, balancing, and stretching exercises, you're going to get lean muscle by taking the Myotrol and taking the Gladiator barley. So the Gladiator barley is not just for males, it's for females too. All right, but doing some resistance training is really important. So take the Myotrol, help to build up that muscle, reduce the atrophy. All right, that's really important. Part of the reason why we start to shrink in height and start to slouch when we get older, when we go into our geriatric years, is because that we are having this atrophy that's taking place in the back muscles. So a lot of people are focused on their biceps and their triceps and their legs, and right? Well, the thing is that you also need to build up back muscles. And when you're building up your back muscles, your posture is better. Now that's good for 3 separate reasons. Good posture helps with better blood flow. All right. So your blood flow going out of your aorta and out into the rest of your system, and the blood flow coming back to your heart. All right. That circulation will be better when you have good posture. When you're slunched over, you're actually reducing that blood flow. And also your lymph it goes through your lymph nodes, and you have these tracts within your lymphatic system. So if you're slouched over, all right, that will impede that lymph flow to be able to have your immune system work properly and to detoxify your body, because your lymphatic system is important for detoxification, right? Because it's this lymph that's coming out from the extracellular matrix into the lymphatic system and into the lymph nodes, and it gets circulated, right? And it gets poured back into the venous system, and then eventually it gets filtered out. But the point here is that if you have a better back muscles, what will happen is you'll have better lymph flow, better blood circulation, and you're going to have the muscles that strengthen the spine. And when you have the muscles that are strengthening the spine, you're not going to have a reduction in height, and you're not going to have compression of your and females. All right. And by doing this, by focusing on those back muscles and focusing on the strength of your core, is going to improve not just your musculature, but it's going to improve flow. All right. So taking myotrol and building up those back muscles are really important as an anti-aging method to improve into your geriatric years. All right. Now, where have you heard this? Very few people talk about this, right? But back. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the myotrol. Stacks really well also with Gladiator Barley, and make sure you're doing resistance training. But get the myotrol, help with your building up muscle, clarity factor to help with your neural health, and get rid of that brain fog. And get the digestive enzyme complex to help with your pancreatic health and help with the digestion, ease that digestion. But again, this can be used for athletes, for pre and post fueling. That'll help you to break up your fueling source and you'll recover quicker. But even if you're not an athlete, taking digestive enzyme complex after you turn 40 is really important. Everyone's health, I'm pretty healthy. But everyone's pancreas over time starts to not function as well as it was functioning when you were in your teens. And again, myotrol, important if you're 40 years of age or older. But if you're an athlete, you will get benefits for your sport if you use this on a regular basis to gain strength for your sport. So please go to my store, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. All right, with that said, let's go to Times Radio about Trump's economic policy could trigger America's stagflation in 6 months. We'll see what they're saying here.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and video downloads. So you can watch cooking shows as you eat everything.
What you're hearing now from senior economic advisors to President Trump is, well, maybe a recession's not so bad, and maybe we have to go through a period of short-term pain. This is about looking over the long run, and we don't care that Wall Street, takes a 10% correction. That is not what investors on Wall Street and even voters who supported Donald Trump were hearing during the campaign last summer and last fall.
A report today says.
See, here's the problem. I'm only 30 seconds into this op-ed with Times Radio, and I like listening to Times Radio, but they're usually anti-Trump. But okay, so with that said, people need to stop focusing on short term and they need to think long term. All right? We have had globalization run amok and we need to kind of reverse course. And this has been going on for more than 35 years. So to unravel this is going to take some time. And there's going to be an adjustment period. But in the long run, the economic clustering that will be built up will lead to better jobs for the young that are getting out of high school and working through college or even just out of college. There are a lot of people that can't find good jobs out of college. So they wrapped up, they end up with $100,000, $200,000, sometimes $400,000 in debt in undergrad school, depending on which school they go to, and they can't find a good job. There's lots of people from Harvard that came from Harvard College. All right? One of the best institutions in the United States. And they can't find jobs. I'm not joking, but they picked a major that doesn't There's not that many jobs for, like psychology or, in the humanities or maybe English. And they spend so much money in a field that doesn't translate to the job market. But if you're an engineer or if you're in biotech, right? Or even in computer programming or, computer science or data analytics, those individuals are getting jobs right away. But there are lots of people out of the 1,900 roughly graduates that come out of Harvard College, there's a good percentage of them that can't find a job because they picked the wrong major. All right. So there's that problem. But just overall, because of this globalization, good entry-level jobs are diminishing. They're not as prevalent as they were in 1990s. Just not. A student can't work and go to school. It's too costly. It takes too much of their time, and if they are working, it's like in the service sector, like in the restaurant business or the hotel business or something like that that isn't translating into potentially a higher paying job when they get out of school, right? Now, if they're lucky, maybe they can get an internship, but that's if they're lucky, all right? That's a big problem. It's a big problem. So we need to reset. If we reset back to where good paying jobs out of college, out of high school, where people can save some money and buy a home, now you have a vibrant economy. All right. So I think that society needs to take the short-term pain to have a better future for our youth. And what did Trump say? Make America great again. All right. But maybe there's 6 months of pain. But in the end, America will be much greater. So what happens is you got people like, oh, look at what Trump's doing and it's hurting the stock market, and these tariffs are those are globalists whining. All right. Is Trump turning the table and turning it into localization? Yeah. But that's the way it should have been a long time ago. This is long past overdue to do. We've been kicking the can down the road for too long. We can't afford to continue on with the status quo. Now we got to take the pain. It's like going into surgery. If you're going to have some pain, you're going to remove the tissue, right? You got to fix the problem. And after surgery, there's going to be some pain, but afterwards, you're going to be better. And that's what we're going through right now.
Slowing down growth and pushing up inflation around the world. The OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, has cut its growth forecasts for the US economy from 2.4% to 2.2% this year. Nick Timmerers, the Wall Street Journal's chief economist.
Let's take the converse of this argument. Let's take the converse of this argument here. All right? They're basically saying that Trump's tariffs are increasing inflation globally, which is probably true. But what was happening before the tariffs, Trump's tariffs? Because remember, these are reciprocal tariffs. And if they're not playing ball, then we just keep on escalating and play chicken with them. But the thing is that what they're saying that the status quo was better. Where unfair tariff practices with these countries to protect their industry in their country, but we take the hit that the middle class and the taxpayer in the United States should take the brunt of it? No, that's not fair. But that's what's been going on for the last 35 years to maintain the labor arbitrage. See, what Trump's doing is that he's trying to break the labor arbitrage. And that's the Achilles heel of the globalists.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Just perusing some of the most read sites on the Wall Street Journal's economy section today. Things are looking pretty gloomy. You've got here's where to look for early
Now,
signs.
who buys the Wall Street Journal? People in MBA school. I had to buy the Wall Street Journal when I was taking my MBA. institutional investors, and old people that have nothing else to do. All right? Now, don't you think that the people that are reading those are either being programmed to think globalization is good or are invested so heavily in globalization that Trump is hurting their portfolio? Now, do you think that they're going to have positive things to say in the Wall Street Journal? Of course not. Just like there's not positive things coming out of Bloomberg. It's always orange man bad. Well, what's wrong with saying, you know what, globalization actually hurt America?
Recession, consumer angst striking all income levels. Wall Street fears Trump will wreck the soft landing levels. How bleak are things?
Well, the worry right now is twofold. One is that you have a combination of gloomier sentiment, consumer sentiment, asset prices, Wall Street taking a hit over the last couple of weeks. And then on top of that, formula for
now think about this. Think about what's going to happen with the financial market, especially equities. All right, the stock market. All right, it's selling off and it's starting to bottoming out at about 5,550 or so, maybe 5,600 at right now. Maybe it'll go lower. It might, but you have institutional investors that have cash on hand that are buying into the market, and when the tax cuts pass in Congress, the stock market is going to climb, and all that new fresh money that was invested at this moment in time in the equity market, they're going to have 15% gain or more, and they're going to love Trump then. They're going to love Trump. See, they love Trump when the returns are high. Trump is actually giving you a gift. The middle class, wake up. Trump just gave you a gift. And that gift is buy the equity market. Because when it does rally, you're going to have a large return this year or the first quarter of next year. Don't be afraid of this. The globalists, they're whining because
higher prices from tariffs. And we've been through a situation.
I keep on interrupting. I apologize, but this whole topic pisses me off. So the globalists want to scare you to thinking that globalization is better. Walmart family has more to lose with Trump policy than you do.
Of course, where because we've had high inflation, there's a concern businesses will now pass along higher prices to their customers if these what are effectively consumption taxes on imported goods take effect.
So you've got the prospect of inflation rising quite dramatically.
This is a Wall Street Journal economist, correspondent. He didn't tell you that what was happening for the last 35 years is that we've been importing deflation. This globalization move was to trick you to think that prices were stable by importing cheaper goods. Meanwhile, they were overspending in Congress and issuing a lot of debt. So it was an artificial price reduction. It was importing deflation. So now we're waking up and we're like going, whoa. What's going on? The Wizard of Oz. What did they do? So you're unraveling and you're getting to actually what the real prices are. But he won't say that.
Let's go through unchanged. At the same time, people are quite worried about what will happen to jobs data once Doge's impact starts to really set in. We know that the markets have been plummeting, but
heaven forbid that Doge actually says, you know what, that administrative worker in government that we may not really need, it's inefficient. What's wrong with making government more efficient and more cost effective? Why should we continue wasting our taxpayer dollars on this crap? Not only that, corporate America restructures. Why doesn't the government? You really think that the unemployment rate is going to skyrocket because Doge lays off a bunch of people? It'll tick up a little bit, but our unemployment rate is below the natural unemployment rate. Why? Because the Federal Reserve has been cutting rates where they shouldn't have been, because inflation's high and unemployment is too damn low. And that is classic economic theory that states that you don't cut rates under that situation. That's an inflationary issue. It'll create inflation. Now, will the tariffs create inflation? Yes, short term. But what's more of a signal for inflation is the failed policy by the Federal Reserve and the overspending by Congress that is inflationary. Why should the Federal Reserve lower rates when you have below 5% unemployment? Why should the Federal Reserve lower rates when you have above 2% inflation? When you have a 2% target? That very move in 2024 by lowering rates caused the inflation. But they won't tell you that.
It's more about the fundamentals of the economy, which up until now have been quite good. We know that the last election, was won over the vibes on the economy, but the economy itself was pretty healthy. The OECD is actually quite conservative compared to some banks and some analysts who are even predicting recession. Do you think that's plausible?
Well, a recession, it doesn't seem as if the U.S. economy is in a recession right now. So let's take the OECD's forecast. 2.2% GDP growth would still be considered a solid year by most economic standards in the U.S. I think what's different is that there had been expectations after Donald Trump's election that you would see, so-called animal spirits, investors anticipating, steps to boost growth. And instead, what you're hearing now from senior economic advisors to President Trump is, well, maybe a recession's not so bad, and maybe we have to go through a period of short-term pain. This is about looking over the long run, and we don't care that Wall Street, takes a 10% correction. That is not what investors on Wall Street and even voters who supported Donald Trump were hearing during the campaign last summer and last fall. So I think the concern now is, economies are hard to predict. And if growth were to tumble, what's going to pull it out of, of a downward swoon? It's not clear now what that would be.
It is quite a surprise, not just because of the rhetoric in the run-up to the election, but in the last Trump administration, we sort of saw markets relying on what they called the Trump put, which is the moment he saw the market sliding, he would change policy to make sure they didn't. Similarly, we sort of assumed that he'd be more worried about the vibes amongst the public. The OECD today is saying that tariffs could end up costing an average household $1,600 in 3 years. Do you think there's any chance that when he reads figures like that, he might row back on tariffs?
What we hear right now out of the White House,
what needs to happen is that we are paying too much on interest annually. $1 trillion. $1 trillion. We can't afford it. So what has to happen is the Federal Reserve needs to lower rates. But you would say, well, Dr. Paul Cottrell, you've been saying that the Federal Reserve should not be lowering rates. This is where the genius of Trump is coming in. By adding the tariffs and causing a blip up of unemployment rate to go slightly above 5%, maybe 5.5, maybe even 6.5. All right? And inflation goes below the 2% target to about 1.8%. That's a great signal for the Federal Reserve to drop rates. Now our debt is cheaper to refinance at a lower interest rate. And you have the stimulus that's coming from the Federal Reserve with lowering the rates to move the economy upward while you're nibbling at the equity market when it's been selling off at around the 10%, 12% range. Will we have a negative GDP this year? Maybe. But will it be 2 consecutive quarters? I don't think so. So it's not technically a recession. And that's the game plan. And then the tax breaks because the economy is faltering a little bit. The tax breaks come in through Congress, and boom, that's the accelerant for the real economy and for the financial markets. It's genius what he's playing. You got to think like 2 or 3 or 4 steps ahead. These clowns, they're just pushing a global agenda.
But I think if you're going to hear concern, it's going to come from lawmakers who represent these voters and who have to stand for election again. Donald Trump doesn't. Lawmakers in the House of Representatives have an election in the end of next year, and a third of the Senate is up at the end of next year. So if you're from a farm state and your farmers are going to get hit with retaliatory tariffs on their exports, you start, that's, I think, where you will start to see.
I want you to read a book called Barron's. All right. I'll have to, it's about the food industry and the farming industry and how they were taken over by lobbying groups. I met the actual author. I believe he was born and raised in Iowa. And he wrote this book very detailed about how the conglomerates ate up the farming industry. And because they're so powerful as a lobbying group, they get these subsidies. So these subsidies are not for the little farmer. It's for Cargill. It's not for the little farmer. It's these multinational big ag corporations. So he's promoting Cargill. Oh, we got to worry about the little farmer. See, that's the emotional fallacy. Everyone's thinking the farmers are just, many farmers are small businesses, but what happens is that they're being bought out. And Cargill's and other companies that are like Cargill are buying their farms. And what happens is that they actually now use the farmer to actually do the work on the farm, but the farmer no longer owns the land. He's now an employee of Cargill. This big ag problem is huge, huge problem in the United States. Then you add in China buying farms and all this stuff. So these subsidies, it's a load of horse shit when they're saying that the majority of the farmers are going to be benefiting from these subsidies, or the little farmer's going to be hurt by the tariffs. Yeah, you're going to have these idiosyncratic things that are going on across the country. But what's really that they're worried about is companies like Cargill and how they're going to be hit. It's not the little farmer. Who are they fucking kidding? Most of the food that you buy from the grocery store is from big ag, not little farmer. And so if someone is complaining about subsidies, that subsidies might be cut, or that there's tariffs that will affect exporting agriculture, they're not talking about the little farmer. They're talking about big ag. Now, do you really care about big ag? Because big ag actually poisoned your food. Big ag actually did the GMO. So why don't they take the pain? I would love to see Cargill and Monsanto lose market share. I would love to see their stock price go down because they've been fucking America for years.
The pushback, but right now there's not a lot of public pushback against the president.
It must be pretty galling for the US administration to see that China is one of the exceptions in the OECD's forecast. It seems to have raised its growth estimate.
Yeah, I think one of the surprises this year has been both for China and Europe. You see more spending out of China to stimulate their economy, to boost their growth mix. They want to, if we're going to have a trade war, they want to come into it on the strongest footing they can. And then, of course, the news around defense spending in Europe. Both of those are changes, I think, in the outlook. And they suggest that growth for the rest of the world might look a little bit better than the U.S. If you go back to
horseshit. This is total horseshit. They were easing, monetary easing in China before Trump even came into office. Not only that, they were increasing their defense spending and telegraphing they want to take over Taiwan before Trump got into office for his second term. So what is he fucking talking about? But he's from Wall Street Journal.
The story at Davos had been U.S. exceptionalism, Europe had moribund growth outlook, and now that has flipped.
And Nick, as you say, there's no sign yet of the vibes across the public, across consumers changing. One thing they will be feeling the difference in, though, is eggs. Any sign of the prices in America coming down? And just give us a sense of what it's like out there at the moment.
Well, egg prices are salient, right? People notice the cost of something like eggs or milk or bread.
Eggs and milk are higher because of what Biden did. Biden literally killed millions of chickens. Now, guess what? It takes a little while to raise a chicken to be able to lay an egg.
You know, this looks like it's because it's related to the avian flu and the steps being taken to prevent the spread of disease. You know, this looks like something that you could say is transitory, that it kind of came out of nowhere and it'll resolve itself over time. I think the bigger concern for Republicans and for the administration is that people voted for change. They were unhappy with the previous administration. They were unhappy that prices had gone up so much. And if you start to see prices go back up again here, the public's tolerance for that, I think, will be short-lived. On top of that, we've had higher interest rates. Mortgage rates have been higher. And the whole premise of getting inflation down was that interest rates could come down. And if you don't get prices down, you may not get interest rates down anytime soon, even if the economy weakens. And so what we're looking at right now is still a fairly good growth picture in the U.S., but you could see a scenario, 6 months from now where labor markets are slowing, but prices are still rising. That's a stagflationary combination that we really haven't had in the post-pandemic economy.
Nick Timorous, Chief Economics Correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, thanks so much for joining us.
I said, tariff is my favorite word in the dictionary, and I got killed by the fake news. So I say now, it doesn't sound good. Tariff is my fourth favorite word. Tariff is my fourth favorite word. It's so terrible, but this way I'm free. I write free. I don't get clobbered by the fake news. But tariffs are also a powerful
Let's go to Bloomberg here. White House defends expelling hundreds despite court order. This is the Venezuelan game, I believe.
The White House chose not to because the airplane was over international waters. It did not get back to Venezuela, actually went back to El Salvador. 238 detainees put inside a terrorism confinement center where they will be held for at least a year. This has set up a massive legal standoff that some people think is going to go to the Supreme Court. This whole idea of using the Alien Enemies Act. And this would usher in the mass deportation of a lot of people.
These gangs that are killing people and taking over our inner cities, and they're here illegally, and you have judges that are stonewalling the Trump administration and trying to, and the judicial branch is trying to stop us from solving this problem and kicking them out of the country. To me, that judge is treasonous.
Or because this would be one of the pillars, frankly, of the Trump campaign. Mass deportations, the work that Tom Homan is up to, could hinge on what the court says here.
Yeah, I mean, this very well could, and I think that is the only potential good news out of this very distressing story over the weekend, is that the administration said it will file in the Supreme Court, which is what we want them to do. We want them to file and listen to court orders. Of course, the concern here, and you just went through it beautifully, is that the order given over the weekend, they did not listen to. And so, yes, this very well could go to the court,
but the plane was over international waters, so it doesn't mean anything.
and why the timing of the flights and when they landed and all of those kinds of things matter so much. And I would just say, we also need to think about where these folks were sent. President Bukele is defined or described as a millennial authoritarian. He is defined as the coolest dictator in the world. He posts right after these folks landed and he hears about the order, oops, too late, with a laughing emoji that Secretary of State Rubio actually retweets. That is a pretty startling turnabout for Secretary Rubio.
Yeah, Elon Musk retweeted that as well. The oops, too late tweet recirculated by the White House communications director as well. John Seaton, what do you think about this? I think if I'm reading Jeannie correctly here, it's not so much the deportation, but the refusal to turn the plane around when a judge said as much. The White House has been really careful about abiding by the courts, saying that we'll do what the courts say and we will exercise our right to appeal. Was this a good look for the White House?
Right, well, given where the plane was, and I understand that, there's still some question there. It's unclear whether this was the right legal decision or not. And look, my often disclaimer, I'm not a constitutional attorney, but I do know politics. And I think the politics of this are actually quite good for the White House. I think after years and years of inaction when it comes to illegal immigration, and certainly illegal immigration, immigrants who wind up causing mischief on our soil, joining gangs and that kind of thing. President Trump on the campaign trail was extremely clear that those folks would be sent out. And so as this winds its way through the courts, I do think that we need to keep our eye on the politics as well. And I think the politics here are really good for the Trump administration and the White House.
Jeannie, we heard from the press secretary following this. By the way, the judge made this order from the bench 7 o'clock on a Saturday night. And by the way, to John's point, let's be clear, no one here is a legal analyst. This is politics we're talking about. The White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, says the order, which had no lawful basis, was issued after the terrorist TVA aliens had already been removed from U.S. territory. The written order...
If it's all about politics, more than 50% of the population voted for Trump that actually voted. All right? More than 50%. Trump received the popular vote and the Electoral College vote. That means that more than 50% of the population wants this to happen. So that's politics. But they want to spin it that, Trump's evil.
They have a court order. But the reality is that this is why the politics being in Donald Trump's favor are why they are testing this aggrandizement of power with very, very unsavory characters potentially. Although again, we don't know because there's been no proof that all 130 plus of these people were members of this gang. But let's not forget, this matters to all of us. Because what have we been taught from the time we were school children? That, as Felix Frankfurter said many years ago, the rights and liberties we enjoy, we have gained on the backs of some very not nice people. That's a quote, and that is absolutely true. And you have to think about that. We get our liberties and rights because you have to give the same liberties and rights and due process to people who you don't like and people who may be unsavory as you do to yourself. Because if you don't, you are in danger of losing them for all of us. So yeah, it matters politically, but it also matters in a democracy, and it matters in a constitutional democracy in particular.
What happens, John Seaton, when the real mass deportations begin, assuming this takes place, and you start seeing family separations, so forth?
So what?
We're not talking about
So
hardened criminals.
The thing is,
gang.
the illegal aliens know that they broke the law. They know they broke the law. All right? So I don't feel bad for them if they caught and they're deported.
Creating violence in our schools and in our communities. I do think that the initial targets, if you will, of these deportations will be folks who really have been causing problems here. And again, there have been years, if not decades, of inaction when it comes to dealing with this crisis. And so I do think that is where the focus is going to be, at least in the short term. And I really think, again, that it will be applauded by most voters, by most American people who really don't understand why the government can't do more to keep these communities safe. And so as it progresses, I do think that the administration will keep a very close eye on how the politics are playing. But again, I think at least in the short term, as long as the targets are folks who are in gangs, who are causing trouble in the United States, I think that this is going to be a politically advantageous to the White House.
Do you see that, Jeannie? I know you don't disagree with it, but think of the traction that Donald Trump got talking about Aurora on the campaign trail, an apartment building full of hardened Venezuelan gang members. Is there a difference for you here, politically speaking, when you have folks like this? We're just showing you images of them on YouTube here, shackled, being carried towards this detention center. These are pretty tough guys we're talking about, a lot different than, for instance, family separations that many foresaw when it came to mass.
America needs to be tough.
Yeah, but that's just the point. We don't know who they are. As far as we know, the government has not said what they're charged with. We don't even, quite frankly, know if they are all members of this gang. We are just going on faith that the government is right on that. But that's why we have due process in the United States. You don't, going back well before the founding, just pick people off the street, put them in jail, and throw away the key. Nor do you send them to El Salvador for supermax prisons that are now operating very much like Guantanamo Bay for a payment from a tyrant. You give them the due process rights that we fought a revolutionary war for, and you provide them with that. And if they are indeed have committed crimes, they are held responsible. But we follow a process. We are not a lawless country, and that's the point.
Well, we'll see what the judge says, because there's going to be another ruling on this coming, John Seaton. We only have 1 minute left. If this goes to the Supreme Court, do the politics stay in Donald Trump's favor?
I think they do. I think they do. It's unclear, obviously, what the court will decide. It has proven to be quite an independent court, and even the Trump appointees on the court have ruled against the White House in this administration. So, but having said that, I think that people are going to, we'll see how the court decides. I do think the politics remain in the White House's favor as long as the people who are being sent out have kind of met this profile of gang members and folks who have caused violence in our communities.
John Seaton and Jeannie Shanzano, our great panel, will be back in our second hour on Balance of Power as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. We're going to get into this much more, by the way, with Robert McWhirter, the constitutional lawyer, practicing criminal defense, civil rights lawyer, is going to join us from Arizona, always with a fascinating take on what's happening.
All right, let me do a quick product plug here. Let me talk about another stack that's really important for your neurons, and you get some other benefits from this stack here. But purchasing the products on my store will help not just your health, but allows me to do these videos and live streams and podcasts and X Spaces for free. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work by getting the great supplements and stack them the way that I'm telling you how to stack them to get the max benefit. Ubiquinol is really important to take. This is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. All right. Most people that are taking CoQ10, they're getting the low bioavailable form. This is the most bioavailable form, Ubiquinol. All right. Now, by taking Ubiquinol, what's going to happen is you're going to boost up your energy levels, increase the health of your mitochondria. You're going to soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant, but Ubiquinol also helps to protect your neurons. Really important when you get older. Extremely important. Now, your NAD plus supplement will help to boost up your NAD plus levels. NAD plus helps boosting up energy levels. NAD plus helps to repair DNA damage in your cellular DNA and your mitochondrial DNA. And NAD plus also helps to protect your neurons. Now, you can take NAD plus by itself, but a great stack would be the Ubiquinol and the NAD plus to protect neurons. But you're getting other benefits. You're soaking up free radicals and you're repairing your DNA. And NAC is a great supplement that I've added to my stack. Why? To boost up glutathione levels. Glutathione is a strong antioxidant that's produced in your liver. So taking NAC will help boost up those glutathione levels. NAC will help to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen. And NAC will help to calm your central nervous system and reduce anxiety. That's important. One, reducing anxiety, but also to bring down those cortisol levels, because chronic anxiety is going to lead to higher cortisol, leading to immunosuppression. So NAC indirectly is helping your immune system. All right, so please get the NAC. And again, earlier in the transmission, I was talking about the health of your lungs. And you have to do cardio to improve your lung function, right? And breathing exercises also helps. But NAC also helps with lung health. So it's a dual purpose. You're helping with your lung, you're helping to detoxify your liver and your kidney. You're boosting up your glutathione levels and soaking up free radicals. And you're helping your central nervous system to be in a calmer state. So it's a dual purpose supplement. But if you stack these together, all right, what you're getting here is that you're repairing your DNA, right? You're repairing your DNA with the NAD+, right? And you're helping soak up free radicals. And you're calming your central nervous system. You're helping your lung, and you're protecting your neurons. So you're protecting your neurons and calming down that central nervous system. This is a powerful stack right here. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the ubiquinol, the NAD+, and the NAC. Get them together, or if you prefer, get them separately. But again, if you stack it, you're going to get more benefits from them. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, with that said, let's go back to Bloomberg.
In court, welcome to the fastest show in politics as the Trump administration claims it did not violate a court order when it chose to deport hundreds of members of a Venezuelan gang. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Great to have you with us on the early edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, the judge ruled that the plane be turned around, but it was not turned around.
Yeah, and the White House is arguing because the plane was already in international airspace, it wasn't actually defying what the judge ordered. Instead, they say they expelled terrorists from the United States. Of course, these people that we were talking about, the hundreds of migrants who are now in El Salvador or are allegedly part of the Agua gang, according to the administration. But this court fight doesn't look like it's quite over yet.
Yeah, this could be the next thing to hit the Supreme Court, and it speaks directly to Donald Trump's plans for mass deportations. This law that was the basis of the deportations could be used to unlock thousands of others in the country here if it's held up in court. This could make Tom Homan's job a lot more difficult.
Yeah, the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 is what we're talking about here. John Adams was president.
That's
hasn't been used outside of wartime until now. The president is trying to reignite this authority. So we're going to get into that and the other legal battles this administration is mired in just a moment, because it doesn't end there. We also have some questions around the legality of the former president, Joe Biden's pardons that he signed just before leaving office, as Donald Trump makes allegations about AutoPen.
The AutoPen suddenly in question. We've heard some complaints about its use before, but never on a legal level, suggesting that it might not actually be a law that was used to sign it, or as the White House is now asking, who is in control and making the decisions. A busy 24 hours on Truth Social, hasn't it?
Yeah, it always seems to be, just like it always seems to be busy in financial markets these days. And that's what Charlie Pellet keeps track of for us from up in New York. Hey, Charlie, how's it going on this
Right now, we're looking at a mixed market with the Dow, the S&P. They are both higher. Good day to you both. Right now, NASDAQ, though, part of a tech sell-off. NASDAQ is in the red. Here we go with the S&P now up 11, 56.50. That is a gain of 0.2%. We've got the Dow up 234, up by about 0.6%. NASDAQ, meanwhile, down 65, a drop there of 0.4%. A rout in tech names weighing on the market that earlier got relief from retail sales numbers that were not as bad as feared. The 10-year, 4.27%, of the 2-year, 4.01%. Spot gold right now up $11 the ounce, below 3,000 at $29.95, up by about 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, 67.49. per barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. Bitcoin right now up 0.2%, 83,421. Among the day's economic news, retail sales rose by less than forecast in February. The prior month was revised lower, adding to concerns of a pullback in consumer spending. Among retailers, Macy's surging 4.5%, Target up by 1.3%, Walmart up 2.3%, Amazon, part of a broader tech decline, down now by 1.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Right now, back we go to Washington, and once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much indeed. Here in Washington, we're going to be watching a court hearing later this afternoon in which the judge who ordered the administration to turn a plane around that was full of migrants, allegedly part of a Venezuelan gang that were being deported to El Salvador, to come back to the United States. That, of course, didn't happen. Those individuals have now landed and been imprisoned in El Salvador. And the administration is arguing, is there are fresh cries, Joe, of constitutional crisis of the executive branch ignoring the orders of the judiciary branch, that because the plane was already over international airspace,
Right.
No order was defied here. They argued that the judge essentially was out of his jurisdiction.
We heard from the press secretary on this. This all transpired over the weekend. In fact, that judge's ruling came from the bench at 7 o'clock on a Saturday night. Caroline Levitt says the order, which had no lawful basis, was issued after terrorist aliens had already been removed from U.S. territory. The written order and the administration's actions do not conflict. This is obviously something, though, that could be escalated quite a bit. A lot of folks are suggesting it goes to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, we'll see. And we're going to hear from the press secretary herself this hour. She is scheduled to be holding a briefing at the White House, and I'm sure we'll be facing a laundry list of questions about this.
Well, that's for sure. And there are two sides to this story, of course. The legal one, we're going to talk to Robert McWhirter in just a moment, but also the political one. That's where Laura Davison comes in, our Bloomberg Politics editor, with us here at the table on this Monday. Laura, it's great to see you. Interesting here because we're talking about a law that's not been used since World War II to justify the removal of essentially enemies. He's saying that's what this is designed for. So first, I guess the White House has to make the case that these were dangerous criminals, but also this idea of essentially overruling a judge's order. The White House says that is not what took place.
This is really one example in a series of examples we've seen over just really the past couple of days of the Trump administration really bumping up against sort of what a court has ordered them to do. You know, we also saw him over the weekend suggest that some of Biden's executive orders about, especially those dealing with pardons, are not in effect and they are void because there was an auto pen signature used. That's really raising the question of, is he going to try to go after Liz Cheney and Anthony Fauci and some of these people that Biden pardoned in his final days in office? We've also seen this on the federal workforce front of the government essentially, or the DOJ, working quickly to fire these probationary workers before a judge can say, wait, you have to hire them back. But just like in the case of these deportations, as with the firings, once you do something before court orders, it's really hard to undo it. In many cases, the damage is already done. Well, so it raises the question of what, if anything, holds the administration accountable if they decide not to go with what a judge says. It is the executive, after all, who is in charge of enforcing the law. The judge is just there to interpret it. And if they don't like that interpretation, there's nothing necessarily binding other than, hundreds of years of norms of American democracy and its processes. And this is something that the Supreme Court has been worried about for a long time. They don't have an army to go out and enforce their rulings. They basically have relied on the fact that everyone accepts that as the final word, and they go forward from there. So this is really starting to cause a lot of consternation, both among Democrats who have been shouting about this really since Trump was elected, and even during his first term, to now other people more in the establishment, both within agencies as well as in the court saying, this could be a problem if the Trump administration really isn't concerned about following these legal orders.
Again, to the politics, though, this is something that Donald Trump promised on the campaign trail. Mass deportations, he said we would start with hardened criminals, with gang members. That's exactly what people are seeing in the images that we're showing here of this deportation taking place, shackled together, leaning over, being guided out by masked members of law enforcement. Doesn't this actually play well with the people who voted for Donald Trump?
In many cases, it does. This was something he heavily featured in his campaign speeches. He talked about this for a long time. These were big applause lines. Though I think as people are realizing, when you're seeing something, just talking about something versus seeing these images is a little bit more jarring. And, not so much in the case of members who are alleged to be members of gangs, but if you start getting into regular business owners, people who have been in the country who have not committed any crimes for decades, that's when you have more sympathetic cases come up, or you accidentally arrest someone who is in fact a U.S. citizen. We've seen cases of this already crop up, and also the arrest of some of those involved in the protest at Columbia University over Gaza and Palestine. This is where the administration has a very fine line to walk of staying on the side of what's popular, but also achieving their goal, which in many cases isn't as popular with the broader public.
Yeah, the difference between governing and reality versus rhetoric on the campaign trail, maybe when they're the same thing, it takes people by surprise a little bit. Arguably, you could say the same thing about tariffs, Laura. He made no secret about how he felt about tariffs, how he wanted to implement them to, in his mind, breach the U.S. in a more balanced trade relationship with partners around the world. We did get confirmation from him once again late last night about April 2nd. Basically everything still on schedule for that date, not just reciprocal, but sectoral tariffs as well.
Yeah, so that would be tariffs on autos and pharmaceuticals, semiconductor chips as well. It wasn't, Trump for months talked about how interested he was in tariffs. He called it his favorite word. This was one of his talk lines on the campaign trail. And it wasn't until about 3 weeks ago that Wall Street was like, oh, this guy is serious about this. And so this is really kind of the awakening we see, April 2nd, just about 2 weeks away. His administration is still figuring out what to do about these tariffs. So reciprocal tariffs, he talks about it, we'll just tax them if they tax us. It's not that easy. They actually have to go out and calculate and figure out how they do all of this. This is going to be a very complicated rollout. The administration, no administration has ever done anything like this before. So this could be yet another rocky rollout. We could see some more false starts here, some more delays. But Trump has said he's serious in pushing forward on these. And even as some in his administration are pushing back, saying, hey, let's scale these back, he wants to go forward.
All right, Laura Davison, Bloomberg Politics editor, with a reminder that April 2nd is only 2 weeks away. We've been talking about that date for so long, but it is sneaking up on us pretty quickly.
And they are apparently not backing down on this. It's going to be a newsy day, one way or the other.
Yeah, and again, I would imagine we're going to get some questions on April 2nd specifically when Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, begins the briefing, which is expected this hour, and we'll bring you any headlines from it. And as we already mentioned, she's likely to face questions as well around this deportation flight to El Salvador and the alleged gang members who were on board of that aircraft. And joining us now with more on that is Robert Warder. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Robert, he, of course, is a constitutional lawyer and practicing criminal defense attorney. When we consider the grounds the administration said it had here in effectively defying the order, they argue they did not. They say the order wasn't applicable because they were in international airspace already by the time that it came down. Will that hold water?
No, that's absurd. Let's say that, for instance, you have an airplane that blows up across the Atlantic Ocean. Everybody knows that the families of the victims can sue in federal court because there's still jurisdiction over that. Now, once it hits another territory, that's a different matter. Once it lands, then the courts lose jurisdiction. But that's really just a very weak argument that they're going to make, that somehow because it's still in international waters or over international waters, that the court does not have jurisdiction. That's just not how the law works.
Well, there are a couple of things to talk about here, Robert. It's great to have you back on Bloomberg. The idea of using the Alien Enemies Act in this case may also be challenged. What should come of it?
Oh, the Trump administration should lose. This had to have been concocted up by the Trump PR people. I'm guessing this was someplace in the deep recesses of the brain of Stephen Miller, that somehow he came up with this. The legal people would have told him not to do it, but of course it doesn't matter to Donald Trump. He wants the soundbite. Look, it was part of the Alien Sedition Acts that were passed in 1789 by the Adams administration, the Federalists. It was a big reason why John Adams lost that election to Thomas Jefferson, who promptly did not ever enforce those acts again. They were enforced in the War of 1812 and World War I, but in World War II, they were enforced as part of the justification in interring Japanese Americans in concentration camps, which is a disgraceful episode in American legal history, and everybody now recognizes it as such. So the fact that they're doing these old statutes that have been discredited is one thing. The other thing is the statutes themselves say that it's only in time of war that these things apply. The United States was in a quasi-war with France back in 1789. And then, of course, the other three examples are actual wars. This is not a war. The government of Venezuela is not planning to invade the United States of America. So this is just an absurd application of a discredited statute.
Okay, well then are there other legal means through which you can see the administration accomplishing the same goal, though? They are saying that these are criminals that they are deporting, people who have inflicted harm or, in their words, terrorized Americans. Is there no actual legal mechanism to deport them through alternative means other than the Alien Enemies Act?
Well, of course there is. Now, first of all, they are saying they provided no proof. They haven't even provided the names of these young people who are being deported. So we don't know whether they are not. For all we know, they could march in and arrest the two of you and deport you now under this statute, saying that you're somehow, enemy aliens. There is no control on this, and that's why the statute's discredited. So there's nothing really to show that these are actual criminals. Now, criminals, people who committed crimes, are specifically deportable. The statute's 8 U.S.C. 1227. And the administration has plenty of scope to do that, as the Biden administration did and the Obama administration did. They've always prioritized the deportation of criminal aliens, undocumented criminals. This rhetoric that, Biden let all these rapists and murderers in is simply a lie. This rhetoric that other countries are emptying their jails, that is a lie. That goes back to the Mariel Boat people in Cuba way, way back. During, I think it was either the Carter or Reagan administrations. It is simply absurd, and it perpetuates this lie to do something which is a blatant violation of the Constitution.
Well, we heard from the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, saying the order was invalid, the judge's order. She wrote, quote, "A single judge in a single city cannot direct the movements of an aircraft carrying foreign alien terrorists who were physically expelled from U.S. soil," unquote. Weigh in on that as you choose, Robert. Yeah. Is this going to the Supreme Court?
Oh, I think it very likely will go to the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court has already said about the Alien Sedition Act in 1964 in the New York Times versus Sullivan that the acts have never actually gone to the court, but they have been rebuked in the court of history. In other words, the court of history said that they've always been viewed as suspicious and unconstitutional. So that's the premise in the first place. The application here is absurd. Yeah, it will go to the Supreme Court. This argument about a single judge, that's just the way it works. He issues a temporary injunction that can be appealed in order for the courts to hear the actual merits, where the administration can make its case. Nobody's being treated unfairly here at all. And by the way, the Trump administration and the allies of Trump had no problem going down to a judge in the Southern District of Texas, who was the only judge there, to have all of its civil things heard to try to enjoin the Biden administration from some of its immigration policies. That's simply how the system works, and they are just defying it. And John Holman seems to be enjoying defying it.
Well, speaking of the Biden administration, Robert, at the very, very end of it, really the last minutes of his presidency, a series of pardons were issued for those affiliated with the January 6th investigation in Congress who were doing that work. President Trump is now arguing, and this is a quote, that those pardons are void, vacant, and of no further force or effect, saying this is because the president used an auto pen to sign them. He hasn't presented any evidence of that, but where do you come down on the argument that it actually nullifies pardons, which are seen as one of the absolute powers of the presidency?
The Constitution says the pardon shall be vested in the President of the United States. It doesn't say how that's affected. In different years, it's been affected in different ways. I mean, I suppose you could go back to the 1700s when they actually just used a seal instead of a signature to give the pardon. So I think that's simply absurd that they're arguing that the manner of signature is somehow a problem. I mean, frankly, if the president wanted to roll it up and put it on the claw of a passenger pigeon and send it out by pigeon, that's perfectly fine. Nothing in the Constitution prohibits that. Biden signed these pardons and that's it. But you should also look at an eye to actually the politics. If the Trump administration seriously wants to go after Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and all those other people and Fauci, I mean, that would be a public relations nightmare for the Trump administration, because I think these people have backbone and they are perfectly happy to stand up to the whatever absurd charge that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi would concoct in their brains to go after.
Do they let you into Washington, Robert? Are we ever going to see you in the nation's capital, or you stay in Arizona for a reason?
Oh, we'll see what holds in the future. It's politics can be a dirty business.
Well, I know that's right, but we like talking with you.
All right,
about
we might
values.
go to the White House. There's a live event here. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen. This has an amino acid profile that's pretty extensive. Go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Look at the label. Collagen is really important. It's dual purpose. It'll help with your skin, your nails, your hair, but it will also help with your bones, your muscles, your joints, your tendons, your ligaments, your cartilage. It's important to take every day. There's a big scooper here. It's about a month's supply. Take it every day. Take it with soft foods or with filtered water. Now, to really improve your dermal layer, take the collagen with vitamin C and drink about 64 ounces of filtered water daily throughout the day, all right? If you can't drink 64, try 32 ounces, but it's better to drink about 64 ounces of filtered water daily. Take the vitamin C and the collagen, it'll cross-link and improve your dermal layer. So this is a dual-purpose product. It's gonna help with your joints, it's gonna help with your skin and your hair, your nails, your musculature, really important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Use discount 5 and get $5 off. I have a anti-aging skincare box, beginners and advanced, where you get the collagen, the structural nanosilver gel, which I will talk about shortly here, vitamin C in the beginner's box, and in the advanced box, you get everything that you have in the beginner's box, but in the advanced box, you also get C60 and resveratrol to help with the dermal layer. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. All right, let's go to the live event that's going on at the White House. It's a press conference.
Hundreds of thousands of people from around the world were crossing into the United States every month in scenes of chaos and upheaval. This is the Trump effect in action. And again, those are the words from the New York Times. We didn't need a border security bill. We just needed President Trump. All of these actions taken together are contributing to a wave of optimism about the direction of our great country. According to brand new polling from NBC News, more registered voters say the United States is heading in the right direction than at any point since early 2004. Americans support President Trump's common sense approach that's getting our country back on track in record time. Meanwhile, the president's critics can't say the same. That same new NBC poll also found that the Democrat Party has reached an all-time low in popularity. It turns out when you let your hatred of President Trump get in the way of doing what is best for America, the people reject you. Who would have thought? Joining us today in our new media seat is Kelly Meyer. She is a White House correspondent with News Nation. News Nation started in 2021 and is one of America's fastest growing cable news networks with a focus on news for all of America. It's part of a larger ecosystem, Nexstar, which is home to News Nation, the political website The Hill, the broadcast network The CW, and local Nexstar stations. With that, kick us off, please, Kelly.
Thank you, Caroline. What do you say to Americans who want safe streets but are concerned due process is being violated?
The president is using every lever of his executive authority and his constitutional authority within the bounds of the immigration laws of our country to ensure that our streets are safer for law-abiding American citizens. And this administration is focused on detaining, arresting, and deporting illegal criminal aliens. And as you saw this past weekend, the president used his authority under the Alien Enemies Act to deport foreign terrorists. Tren de Aragua is now a designated foreign terrorist organization.
Breaking news, Volkswagen Audi plans to cut as many as 7,500 positions in Germany as the automaker tries to shore up profitability.
Eileen Jocelyn Nungray, they understand the grave cost of life at the hands of these illegal terrorists. And the president is proud to deliver on that promise for them.
And just to follow up on that, this will be challenged later today in the courts. Does the president, does this allow him to defy the court order without having the checks and balances and the separation of power?
No, in fact, this administration acted within the confines of the law, again, within the president's constitutional authority and under the authority granted to him under the Alien Enemies Act. We are quite confident in that, and we are wholly confident that we are going to win this case in court. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. If you guys can't send 200 Tren de Aragua terrorists at a time to El Salvador, where are you going to send them instead?
It's a very good question. You'd have to ask the courts and the people on the left who are trying to fight this administration for doing the business that this president sought out to do, which is to deport these foreign terrorists. And we're very grateful to President Bukele and to El Salvador for accepting these heinous monsters where they will face justice.
And if these guys are terrorists at war with the United States, is President Trump considering anything more lethal to address them than just sticking them on a plane somewhere else?
Well, it sounded like you had a little bit of curiosity in the premise of your question, so I want to address it. These are designated foreign terrorists. The president signed a proclamation on February 20th, 2025, designating TDA as a foreign terrorist organization that was in consultation with the Attorney General and the Secretary of Treasury. That was pursuant to 8 U.S. Code 1189. The president has a right to do that. And I think nobody would argue that Tren de Aragua should be designated a foreign terrorist organization. If you want to have that argument, I'm happy to do it. These are heinous monsters, rapists, murderers, kidnappers, sexual assaulters, predators who have no right to be in this country, and they must be held accountable.
And something different. There is now a member of the European Parliament from France who does not think the U.S. represents the values of the Statue of Liberty anymore. They want the Statue of Liberty back. So is President Trump going to send the Statue of Liberty back to France?
Absolutely not. And my advice to that unnamed low-level French politician would be to remind them that it's only because of the United States of America that the French are not speaking German right now. So they should be very grateful to our great country. Kelly.
Is the administration prepared to give to court what it wants in terms of the time of the flights that departed, that went to El Salvador, and some of those details that the judge is asking for in trying to determine the timing? Clearly, the 5 named individuals were not deported as compliance, but looking more broadly, wanting to know about the timing of flights and so forth, because the verbal order did say turn around the flights if there's an issue. So is the administration prepared to provide that information?
I'm prepared to provide it right now. All of the planes that were subject to the written order, the judge's written order, took off before the order was entered in the courtroom on Saturday. And the administration will, of course, be happily answering all of those questions that the judge poses in court later today.
And for people who have due process questions about making certain that there wasn't anyone who was swept up who did not meet the criteria that you laid out, is there a way for you to...
That is the White House press secretary addressing the assembled media, talking about Trinidad.
All right, I'm going to shift over. I'm going to shift over to live now with the press conference here.
One who was swept up, who did not meet the criteria that you laid out. Is there a way for the administration to provide more detail about how that was determined, who the individuals were that met this deportation order?
Yes, I can assure the American people that Customs and Border Patrol and ICE and the Department of Homeland Security are sure about the identities of the individuals who were on these planes and the threat that they pose to our homeland. They take this incredibly seriously. They are putting their lives on the line to deport these designated terrorists from our country, and they should be trusted to do that. And that's exactly what the American people elected this president to do.
Thanks, Caroline. Just to follow up on that, so you're saying definitively the administration can prove everyone that was put on those flights in El Salvador was either a member of Tren de Aragua, MS-13, or some other entity?
We've already provided the breakdown in the effort of transparency about the 261 illegal aliens who were deported. 137 of those were deported under the Alien Enemies Act. 101 of those were Venezuelans removed via Title VIII, which, as you know, are just regular immigration proceedings. And 23 of them were MS-13 Salvadorian gang members. There were also 2 MS-13 ringleaders as part of that group of 23 who President Bukele particularly expressed his gratitude for their return so he can demand justice in his home country. Jennifer.
What criteria, though, other than, say, tattoos or maybe being in the wrong place at the wrong time, are they using to determine that someone is actually a member of one of these organizations?
Intelligence and the men and women on the ground in the interior of our country who are finally being allowed to do their jobs. Their hands were tied under the previous administration. And as I said, they take their jobs very seriously. They should be trusted and respected by the American public with this operation. And of course, as I said to Kelly, the administration will provide all details to the questions that the court poses. Jennifer.
One more follow-up on that. Can you say how much the U.S. is paying El Salvador to imprison these Venezuelans? And then a different question on Russia. I was wondering if you could give us an update on the ceasefire negotiations, and is there anything you can share on the list that Putin passed along to President Trump for the things he's requesting?
Sure. To your first question, it was approximately $6 million to El Salvador for the detention of these foreign terrorists. And I would point out that is pennies on the dollar in comparison to the cost of life. And the cost it would impose on the American taxpayer to house these terrorists in maximum security prisons here in the United States of America. And I would echo the message of our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who expressed his gratitude to President Bukele and El Salvador's government for their cooperation in this deal. As for Russia, as you know, the president announced last night on Air Force One on his return from his very busy weekend in Florida that he will be speaking to President Putin tomorrow. I won't get ahead of those negotiations, but I can say we are on the 10th yard line of peace, and we've never been closer to a peace deal than we are.
Well, we may see a peace agreement or a ceasefire this week. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver gel. You can get it in this dispenser or in a tube form, and it's a dual purpose product. All right. It helps to heal your skin if you have a cut, an abrasion, or minor burn. You can apply it on your skin as a topical skincare every day. And if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well at work or at home, put this on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils, stays active for 5.5 hours. And if you have a stuffy nose and it's sore, putting the gel, lightly coat your nostrils, it will help to reduce that soreness. And if you have a lot of drainage, putting the gel and lightly coat your nostrils will help to dry up that drainage. And especially if you're laying down and you need to sleep, it'll help you to breathe a little bit better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this multi-purpose structural nano silver gel. You can also use this as an aftershave. Guys, if you shave your face, put it on your face, and it'll soothe that razor burn. Women, if you're shaving your legs, use this on your legs, and it'll help to soothe your legs after you're shaving. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver gel. All right, let's continue on with the briefing here.
You keep talking about the judge's written order, which hit the docket Saturday night about 7:26 p.m. But he issued a verbal order before that at about 6:45 and 6:48 p.m. based on the court hearing. The order from the bench. Does the White House feel the need to comply with a verbal order from this judge?
Again, as I said, all of the planes subject to the written order of this judge departed U.S. soil, U.S. territory before the judge's written order.
But what about the verbal order, which of course carries the same legal weight as a written order, and said for the planes to turn around if they were?
Well, there's actually questions about whether a verbal order carries the same weight as a legal order, as a written order, and our lawyers are determined to ask and answer those questions in court. Sean.
Hey, so on Friday, the president suggested at length that it should be illegal to criticize judges, but he has repeatedly criticized judges who rule against him, and Elon Musk is calling for impeachment of judges who have opposed the administration. So how are those two things not in conflict?
I have not heard the president talk about impeaching judges. I know you mentioned Mr. Musk's tweet, but I have not heard the president of the United States ask that. Mary.
Hey, thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about this video I saw this morning set to the tune of, I believe, closing time about deportations of illegal migrants. what's the strategy behind the White House's videos they've been putting out on this, and can you kind of talk us through the thinking on these videos?
Sure. I think the White House and our entire government clearly is leaning into the message of this president. And we are unafraid to double down and to take responsibility and ownership of the serious decisions that are being made. The president was elected with an overwhelming mandate to launch the largest mass deportation campaign in American history, and that's exactly what he is doing. And to this very day, we are now, I think, 56 or 7 days into the administration by my count. The president still receives an overwhelming public support for the policies that he is enacting. So we are unafraid to message effectively what the president is doing on a daily basis to make our community safer. And the specific video you referenced, I think it sums up our immigration policy pretty well. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions. First, will President Trump put sanctions on Russia if the talks on Tuesday don't go as hoped? And secondly, have any illegal immigrants self-deported through CBP home yet?
To your first question, it's something the president has floated, and certainly he's willing to do if necessary. I don't have anything to read out, and I would never get ahead of the president on such a serious decision. To your second question about the CBP Home app, I would have to check in with the Department of Homeland Security, but it's a great question, and we're very proud to repurpose this app, which the Biden administration abused to facilitate the mass illegal entry of illegal immigrants into our country. It was like a fast pass at Disneyland. That's not happening under this administration. We are encouraging illegal immigrants to actively self-deport to maybe save themselves from being in one of these fun videos.
Sure. John, good to
Thank
see you.
you. After President Trump straight-bombed the Houthis yesterday, he said that if they retaliate, he was going to personally hold Iran accountable for that. Holding them accountable, what would that look like?
Well, I would defer you to what the president put out this morning, John, where he said very clearly, I will read it, "Let nobody be fooled. The hundreds of attacks being made by Houthi, the sinister mobsters and thugs based in Yemen, who are hated by the Yemeni people, are all created by Iran. Any further attack or retaliation by the Houthis will be met with great force, and there is no guarantee that the force will stop there. Iran has played the innocent victim of rogue terrorists from which they've lost control, but they haven't lost control. They are dictating every move, giving them the weapons, supplying them with money and highly sophisticated military equipment, and even so-called intelligence. Every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being a shot fired from the weapons and leadership of Iran. And Iran will be held responsible and suffer the consequences, and those consequences will be dire." That is a statement from the President of the United States just moments ago. I have nothing additional to share, but our message to Iran is you better take this president seriously, and I think the Houthis learned that the hard way this past weekend. As I said in my opening remarks, there's a new sheriff in town, and this president is not just going to sit on his hands and allow terrorists to launch attacks on commercial vessels in U.S. naval ships. Those actions will not be tolerated. Sure, Edward.
Carolyn, on the economy. So after mostly a down week last week in the economy, you've been very vocal as well as other cabinet members about how we're in a transition and about how this economic transition is a plan, a long-term plan for tariffs on this. How concerned is the president that the markets and Americans, for lack of a better term, will freak out over these tariffs and be concerned about a long-term plan?
Sure. I think I've been asked this question and answered this question respectfully, Edward. We are in a period of transition. The president has made that clear. He also has made his belief in tariffs and what they will do for our great country clear, restoring wealth back to our country. And if you look at the president's first term economic formula, massive deregulation, tax cuts, lowering the cost of living with an energy boom, which the American people can expect soon. Wall Street and Main Street should both be assured by what President Trump did in his first term. It's the exact same formula. In fact, I would argue it's even better this time around. And if you look at some of the economic indicators in the last week, the latest CPI report last week beat expectations. Inflation is cooling. Core inflation dropped for the first time in 4 months. The national average of the price of gas is down 42 cents from 1 year ago. And there was also a new report out this morning about wholesale egg prices. They continue to fall. A dozen eggs are now $3.10 cheaper since January 24th. First, that's a 47% decrease overall. So I think the American people do have great reason to be optimistic.
I think the egg issue is that the poultry that was culled during the Biden administration is coming, is coming back online. So the populations are starting to grow again. That's part of the reason. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take a look at this great stack that I have that will help with your bone health and your cardiovascular health. So D3 as a separate supplement will help to absorb calcium, and it's a gene expression cofactor, so it's really important for proper gene expression in your cells. If a cell is infected, it needs vitamin D3 to help to go into apoptosis. So that's very important. But D3 can be coupled with vitamin K2, MK7 molecule. When you couple these together, you're helping your cardiovascular health and your bone health. Now let's talk about the bone health first. By taking in calcium, either a supplement or through drinking milk, and taking D3 and K2, you're helping absorb that calcium. But not only that, if you're doing resistance training, you're sending signals to actually deposit more bone matrix through osteoblasts. Osteoblasts are cells that actually deposit bone. Osteoclasts are cells that eat bone. All right, so when you get older, you have more osteoclasts and they're eating bone. But when you're younger and when you do resistance training and you're taking supplementation, you're actually activating your osteoblasts and you are depositing more bone. That's how you build up the bone density. Very important for males and females, especially for females that are postmenopausal. Now, vitamin D3 and K2 will help with bone density, resistance training, and take calcium. But it will also help with your cardiovascular health. How? By taking K2 and D3, it's reducing the chances of depositing calcium around plaque. So a lot of people that don't know this, but that plaque that forms because of oxidized LDL and your macrophage is eating that oxidized LDL and turning into a foam cell that leads to plaque. What also happens is this calcium starts to deposit around that plaque and in that plaque. So by taking the D3 and the K2 over time, you're reducing the chances of new calcium deposits around that plaque, but also over time, it will shrink the amount that's there, that's already deposited. Now, taking nattokinase separately or together, it's better together, but nattokinase is fibrinolytic, so it's gonna break up clots, very important, all right? Because when you have plaque, there's turbulent flow and clot formation could happen. So taking nattokinase will reduce that clot formation. But nattokinase also helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So it's improving your total cholesterol. So if you have less LDL, you have less LDL that can oxidize. So that means less plaque buildup. Taking these together is going to help with your cardiovascular health. But it's dual purpose because these two right here help with bone health if you're doing resistance training. So please go to my store, get the nattokinase, the D3 and the K2, dual purpose, help with your bone health, your bone health, build more bone density by doing resistance training, but also watch your diet. All right, do proper exercise and improve your cardiovascular health too at the same time. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. Get the D3, the K2, and the nattokinase. All right, let's go back to the White House briefing here.
Privacy in 4 years. I'm wondering, does the administration have a response to this? And also, as the president is putting an emphasis on arts and culture, what's the administration's message to potentially foreign state actors who are trying to disrupt that in the U.S.?
Don't disrupt it. This administration will take that very seriously and hold you accountable. We obviously condemn any violence or threats of violence against American institutions. And the president will be traveling to the Kennedy Center later this afternoon. I look forward to going with him. As you know, he is now the chairman of the board of the Kennedy Center, where he hopes to restore arts and culture that embrace American tradition, don't disparage it, as we have unfortunately seen over the past several years. The president will be doing a tour of the center. In his business developer mind, I'm sure he will make some recommendations on how the center itself can be improved, but also will be discussing perhaps some future plays and musicals and theatrical programs that the center will be hosting under his new leadership and the board's new leadership. Daniel.
Will the president be discussing with Putin tomorrow the future of Volodymyr Zelensky? Sort of a follow-up to John's question.
Again, I've been asked to answer this question now. I'm not going to get ahead of the president's discussion tomorrow, but after the phone call takes place, I can certainly provide a readout. Daniel.
Caroline, thank you so much. You mentioned earlier in the briefing that you guys are at the 10-yard line of peace. Given the amount of progress that you've made in such a short amount of time, is that an indictment of the previous administration's foreign policy stance? And is it just more proof that you need to talk to people to get things done?
I think so. I think the previous administration is the reason this war began. As President Trump often says, this war would have never started if he were still in office. It only started because of the incompetence and the weakness of the previous administration. And President Trump is very proud of the progress that he and his team have made in such a short amount of time. And hopefully tomorrow that progress will move forward. Sure.
Thanks. There have been some media reports just in the last few hours that the administration has decided to withdraw from the International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression Against Ukraine, which is designed to hold Putin accountable for war crimes. Are you able to confirm that? And if that has occurred, why has that occurred?
I'm not able to confirm it because I have not heard that. I will caution, I know there have been many inaccurate and misleading reports from Reuters lately, so I would caution anybody taking that seriously, but I can check in and get back to you.
Is it the president's belief that the Justice Department should be investigating members of the January 6th Select Committee? Is he directing the DOJ to do that?
As the president made it very clear in his address on Friday, I believe some of you were there, I was there. He made his vision for what he would like to see of the Department of Justice very clear, but he said that he has appointed great people in Attorney General Pam Bondi and also in our FBI Director Kash Patel to do what they think is best for our justice system and to stop the weaponization of justice that we saw under the previous administration against not just President Trump, but his supporters as well. We want to restore the Department of Justice to an institution that focuses on fighting law and order and crime and putting real criminals behind bars, not targeting Americans because of their religion or their political speech. We saw that under the previous administration, and it's unacceptable to this president.
And just to follow up really quickly on just Homan's comments from earlier, a few weeks ago in the Oval Office, the president said he will always abide by the courts. We heard what Tom Homan said earlier today. So I'm only asking just to be clear for the American people, it is the administration's belief that they will, that you feel like you are bound to comply by the judge's orders?
We are complying with the judge's orders.
Question on this one.
Sure.
What role does the president see for FEMA with these storms? He's talking about getting rid of FEMA, states handling their own disasters. Seems like the change of the federal government response to these storms.
There hasn't been a change yet. That doesn't mean there couldn't be in the future. But as of right now, the president, the entire administration are actively monitoring the storms, as I said. In fact, before I came down here, there was an email note in my inbox from the Department of Homeland Security on what they are actually doing state by state across the board. So rest assured, Secretary Noem and her team is on it, and I would defer you to the Department of Homeland Security for any further details.
One more question. The president referenced power plants with a conversation with Vladimir Putin. What is he referring to with power plants? What is that?
There's a power plant that is on the border of Russia and Ukraine that was up for discussion with the Ukrainians, and he will address it in his call with Putin tomorrow. Correct. Yes.
Do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you if you would be releasing more granular data about the people who were sent to El Salvador this week, particularly will you be releasing their names?
I don't believe so because of the privacy concerns at this point in time. That doesn't mean we won't eventually. I would defer you to the Department of Homeland Security for more details on the individuals on the flights, but we have been incredibly transparent in giving you the breakdown of the numbers and also some of the crimes committed by these heinous criminals and individuals, kidnapping, sexual abuse of a child, robbery, aggravated assault on a police officer. I would remind everybody in this room that Tren de Aragua is a foreign terrorist organization operating within the United States of America because the previous administration allowed them to invade our country. These are monsters who tortured, raped, and murdered a 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungre. They murdered 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley. They led a multi-state sex trafficking operation involving smuggling women into the United States, holding them in stash houses in Louisiana, Florida, New Jersey, Texas, and Virginia, and forcing them into prostitution. They kidnapped and murdered a 33-year-old woman in Texas. They sexually and physically assaulted a woman and her daughter.
You know, what's amazing is that you have judges that are actually protecting these people. Meanwhile, Trump is trying to deport them out of our country. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get resveratrol. Now, this stacks really well with NAD+, ubiquinol, NAC, C60, I'll be talking about shortly here. But resveratrol is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to reduce stress in the cell. Resveratrol also helps the mitochondrial health. So that means that you're going to have more ATP. And resveratrol helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Cells that are in senescence stop dividing and just sit there and collect garbage. So over time, when you get older, you have many cells in your tissue that are just not performing well. So you want to get rid of them. You want them to go into apoptosis. So resveratrol is going to help with that. This also helps with youthful gene expression. So what happens is that when you have gene expression that is closer to a younger cell type gene expression, then that's what is called the proteomics. The proteomics of the cell is of a younger profile, then your tissues are going to perform better, all right? Now, if you get rid of cells that are in senescence and you have adult stem cells that are producing new cells, those cells are going to have longer telomere lengths and have a different methylation profile. And that methylation profile is going to be of a more youthful profile compared to an older cell. All right. So please go to my store, get the resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. It stacks really well with NAD+, ubiquinol, NAC, and C60. Now let's talk about C60 for a second. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. It's the second pillar of my 4-pillar core protocol. You take a teaspoon a day, every day. It's better to take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before you work out because it's going to soak up free radicals and you're going to recover quicker in your workout. Now, again, you take a teaspoon a day, every day. All right. It's going to soak up those free radicals. It's almost 1,000 times more in terms of soaking up free radicals compared to vitamin C. Now, C60 works because it's a carbon molecule of 60 carbons in this molecule. It looks like a soccer ball or a buckyball or a fullerene is the technical term. So this fullerene has electrons that are floating around on the surface of it, and it'll be able to neutralize free radicals at a much higher rate than vitamin C. And recharge. The way this works is it recharges. So it's soaking up free radicals. Now, with vitamin C, if it neutralizes a free radical, the molecule is done. With vitamin C, you can only neutralize one free radical. This can neutralize hundreds of free radicals, almost 1,000 free radicals with one molecule. All right? So the point here is this. C60, you take every day, take a teaspoon. It'll soak up those free radicals and what's going to happen is it's going to reduce the stress in the cell and in the tissue. It's going to help with the mitochondrial health, so your ATP is going to go up. So you're going to have more energy. So the health of the mitochondria is going to improve, less stress in the cell, and what happens is the cell starts to perform better. And the tissues will perform better, and that means your organ systems will perform better. Your endocrine system, your immune system, your brain, brain function will perform better. Lots of different things are going to improve when you bring down the free radical level. Now, when you get older, you build up more free radicals. So it's really important to soak up those free radicals as much as you can. And like I said, the more ways to soak up free radicals, the better. This is the most potent, but taking resveratrol will soak up free radicals a different way. Taking vitamin C will soak up free radicals a different way. Taking the NAC will soak up free radicals through glutathione pathway. Taking the barley, the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley will help soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. The more ways you soak these things up, you're reducing the oxidative stress, the oxidizing stress in your cells and in your tissues, and you're slowing down the aging process. And that means that your systems, your organ systems, are going to perform better. All right? Now, that includes your immune system and your endocrine system. So take C60 every day. It has to be in a oil, a lipid, because C60 is lipid soluble. So you can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. All right? Take a teaspoon a day, every day. And like I said, you can stack this. It stacks really well with resveratrol, NAD+, ubiquinol, NAC, the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley, and soak up those free radicals. Now, that core protocol, if you pay attention, the 4 pillars, max 35 or max 14 to take every day to boost up your immune system, taking the C60 every day, a teaspoon a day. And what will happen is that it will bring down your free radicals and boost up your energy levels. Taking turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans helps with your immune system because it's bringing down inflammation. And taking Boomer Boost, I'll talk about this shortly here, but taking Boomer Boost, and that will boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. When you do that, that's a great core. That's the core. But you also, other things that you need to add to that core is like the multivitamin and the probiotics and some of the other things that I've told you to stack. Now, some people can't afford all that. I understand. I totally get it. That's why I've created all these anti-aging boxes and all these longevity boxes and created this discount 5 and told you how to stack in different ways to be able to target the systems that you can afford. All right? If you follow my lead on this, you will get healthy. All right? But it's a holistic approach. It's not just taking C60. It's also a holistic approach by proper diet, proper exercise, resistance training, cardio, balancing, stretching. All 4 are very important. Learning new things, proper sleep, filter your water, stay away from processed foods, mindfulness or spirituality. All these things are very important for your health. It's a holistic approach that works. All right? So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. If you work out, take it before your workout, and it will allow you to soak up those free radicals, and you'll notice that you're recovering quicker. Now, for brain health, because you're improving the mitochondrial health in your neurons, and you need lots of mitochondria in your neurons to create those neurotransmitters and to shoot off those neurotransmitters to create that signal. Now, when you're improving the health of that neuron by bringing down stress, soaking up those free radicals, and improving the mitochondria, you're actually going to have positive neuroplasticity. That means you're going to think better. That means you're going to consolidate memory better. That means that you will think faster. You're going to have more cognition that's going on. Your brain activity will be higher. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. C60 couples really well with Clarity Factor, which I mentioned earlier, where it gets rid of the brain fog, and Clarity Factor helps with consolidating memory. It boosts up your memory. It helps support your memory. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the C60. When you listen to how to stack these things, and if you do everything I do, which most people can't because they can't afford it, but if you do pieces of this, you're going to see huge benefits in your health. All right? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I just gave you a stack, resveratrol and C60, where you're slowing down the aging process, improving your immune system, improving your endocrine system, and improving your brain health. Just this right here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, many people that take C60 do notice that they get eye improvement. All right? For me, I'm farsighted with astigmatism. I used to wear glasses once I turned 20 years of age when I started in CAD, all right, computer-aided design, during my engineering years. And I was wearing glasses for decades, all right? Once I started taking C60, approximately 2.5 months, I didn't need to wear glasses again. All right? So there are benefits besides just your other organ systems and your endocrine system and your immune system. It also helps with your eyes for many people. Now, some people anecdotally also say that it recessed macular degeneration. Now, with macular degeneration, you can't go back, right? But you can stop the damage going forward, all right? So there's soaking up free radicals at a very high a very effective and high rate. Soaking up those free radicals does amazing things to the body. Now, I'm a proponent of the idea that strong antioxidants on a regular basis is a major pillar. It's not the only pillar, but it's a major pillar to slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5 and get $5 off. Now, there's also something I want to mention. When people get older, they start to build up more free radicals. So you're literally, as you get older, you are oxidizing faster. So you're creating more damage that's happening at the cellular level and at the tissue level. By taking C60, you're slowing that down. That's why it's slowing down aging, all right? Another thing that people don't realize when you get older is your cognitive function starts to go down, your lung capacity starts to go down. So if you take supplements and you stack it with the C60 to help with your lung, to help with your cognition, you're slowing down that aging process. And not only that, when you get older, you're starting to get more DNA damage. So taking the NAD plus with the C60, with the clarity factor, with the NAC to help with the lung, is a great combo to slow down that aging process. All right? If anyone says take one supplement or just 2 supplements and everything's going to be, copacetic, no. It's a holistic approach. And the power of it is taking that holistic approach and stacking it to focus on different systems that you're trying to target. You got to attack the problem with multi-vectors. All right. With that said, let's go to Bloomberg.
And Ms. McCormick.
And NVIDIA's Jensen Huang looks like he's on top of the world. What has him concerned ahead of his big keynote at NVIDIA's big GTC 2025 event this week?
And why Trump's Buy America campaign will not improve the U.S. economy. A lot more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, a check of the day's trading top business stories. Here he is.
Charlie, Molly, thank you very much, Tim and Emily. And here's what's going on. We do have the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all rallying on this St. Patrick's Day. Green on the screen, big time. Right to the numbers here with the S&P 500 index up now by 44. That is a gain of 0.8%, 56.82 where we stand. The Dow now up 429, up by 1%. NASDAQ up 70. That is a gain of 4. 0.4%. The 10-year at 4.28%, with the 2-year 4.03%. Gold up $13 the ounce, right around $3,029.98 on the precious metal, up by about 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.9%, $67.81 a barrel on WTI. BYD has unveiled a new system for electric cars that the Chinese automaker says will allow them to charge almost as fast as it takes to a regular car to refuel. BYD's new battery and charging system was capable of providing 290 miles of range in 5 minutes on tests on its new Han L sedan. BYD ADR is up now by about 2.6%. Tesla, though, slumping today, part of a broader tech decline, down 5.1%. Again, recapping, stocks are higher. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all gaining for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Man, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, disappointing retail sales last month are adding to a concern of a pullback in consumer spending in the U.S., while a pair of business surveys suggested a growing caution. Retail sales rising by less than forecast in February, and the prior month was revised down to mark the biggest drop going all the way back to July of 2021. Combined with separate data on Monday, it showed a drop-off in New York State manufacturing activity and weaker homebuilder sentiment. The reports are consistent with expectations for slower economic growth. We got with us Michael McKees, Bloomberg News economics and policy correspondent. He joins us in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Mike, weak spending on goods is what we got today. Is it seasonal? Is it more than seasonal?
It's a little bit of all of it. The seasonal factors for February this year were very, very generous. And so we were expecting a rise in maybe a better than expected rise in the core component, which is what we got. But it really only netted out with a negative 1% revised down figure for January. So for the first 2 months of the year, it was flat. Of course, the headline numbers were not very good at all, which may have something to do with the weather. We just don't know at this point, but we'll keep an eye on that going into March. And Emily and I were talking about how we know you're going to go over to Ghirardelli and bring us back some nice chocolate. Do your
shopping for you, Mark.
Yeah.
Yes.
What about e-commerce activity? That's obviously something you can't buy at the Ghirardelli factory.
Right. No, well, I bet you could, but that was the one good spot, up 2.4% during the month. And what that may be related to is the weather, the flu, the fact that people were inside more than usual. And we did see a decline in food and drinking places, down 1.5%. And that's the most discretionary of things. So it tells you maybe that people were holding back, but also, do you want to go out when it's 4 degrees?
Mike, yeah, I mean, I don't, but sometimes you have to. But you don't necessarily have to go buy a new car and look at cars on the lot when it's, 4 degrees. I think the big question a lot of people have is we continue to get more and more data that is kind of pointing to at least a pullback or maybe a slowdown when it comes to the consumer. In your view, how is the consumer doing? Is the consumer doing much different than we were doing just 6 months ago?
Well, it's pretty obvious that the consumer is not in a good mood. But this is the first hard data we've had on it, and it does suggest that maybe people pulled back some, but it's not enough to really give us a firm feeling on it because of the strength of the internet purchases during the month. So we've got to get some more data on that. I can tell you the Atlanta Fed updated their GDP Now numbers for the first time since that negative 2.4 earlier this month. They got everybody all excited, and they came up with negative 2.1. Now, they admit this is distorted by all the gold shipment into the United States. And they ran a model on that 2.4 number and came up with the fact that it would be a 0.4% gain for GDP, so essentially zero during the month if today was the end of the quarter. And Chris Lowe of FHN Financial ran the same model today and said what you'd end up with is negative 0.1%. So any way you look at it, the numbers we've had up to this point are not good. But we've got another month, 2 months of data to go, really.
Well, remind everybody what goes in. We're going to talk about the Fed in a minute, but remind everybody what goes into that GDP Now forecast and how it is this sort of snapshot in time.
Well, they just incorporate the data as it comes out. So what we've got is January data, and now we've got February data up through the retail sales report. But there's still new home sales, existing home sales, and other things like that to come yet. So we've got also the PCE spending numbers. So there's a lot of data for February still out there, and then we got to get March data before they can give you a number that actually will resemble anything like what the GDP number is. But it doesn't suggest that the first 2 months of the quarter have started off well.
So, Mike, in light of all of that, what are we going to get from the Fed this week? Is this going to be another one of those meetings where Powell says, we're still in wait and see mode, we have to wait for that data to come in? Or is there going to be a little...
Well, you really want the Federal Reserve to wait because you got unemployment that's below natural employment and you have inflation above the 2% target. But I'll tell you, these people from Bloomberg, they just want hot money constantly being produced by the Federal Reserve, which is inflationary when you do it at the wrong time. It's so stupid the way they keep on hitting that drum all the time. People need to wake up. I mean, these
to subtract. So at this point, status quo is going to be the word. It'll be interesting to see what kind of economic projections they make in the summary of economic projections, because last time was December, and we've obviously seen a big change in at least consumer attitude since then. But there doesn't seem to be a collapse in the labor market. So do they change unemployment? Do they change GDP? And where do they think inflation is? My guess is this will be a meeting where we see very little change in almost anything they do, and they'll just go home and wait for the next one.
But it does sound like it's the easiest job around, as the president said when he was running. You know, you just flip a coin and decide whether to move rates higher or lower. I'm not going to have you weigh in on that, Mike, but I do want to know. About what the Fed is dealing with now versus what they dealt with at their last meeting. Their dual mandate is certainly, maximum employment and stable prices. Which would you say that they're more focused on one now than the other?
They're more focused on inflation, but that's been true for a couple of meetings because the labor market has been so stable. They want to make sure that inflation continues to go down, and we're getting mixed readings on that. CPI went down, PPI went up a little bit, and then some of the all of the inputs into PCE that we have gotten from those two indicators suggest that PCE is going to go up. So you've got mixed news on what's happening with inflation. None of it suggesting that inflation is going one way or the other very quickly, but it's something they have to keep an eye on, so they'll operate as if inflation were just sticky, staying where it was. And that makes for a good reason to just leave rates unchanged.
All right, perhaps that's a perfect segue to move on to a bigger discussion about the Fed. Our thanks to Michael McKee, Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent. Mike, I've got plenty of time to go to the Ghirardelli store and get you some chocolate on the way back from San Francisco. So we'll see what you get for St. Patrick's Day. Appreciate you joining us. Hey, speaking of the Fed, Jerome Powell does face that tricky task this week of both assuring investors and the economy that remains on solid footing, while also conveying policymakers and stand ready to step in if necessary. On that, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was asked on Meet the Press on NBC on Sunday whether he can guarantee the American people are there, that there would be no recession on President Trump's watch. Here's what he had to say.
That there are no guarantees. Like who would have predicted COVID? Right. So I can predict that we are putting in robust policies that will be durable. And could there be an adjustment? Because I tell you, this massive government spending that we had, that if that had kept going, we have to wean our country off of that. And on the other side, we are going to invigorate the private sector.
That was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Meet the Press on Sunday. Liz McCormick is Bloomberg News Chief Correspondent for Global Macro Markets, and she and Janelle Marte write about Powell's balancing act. She joins us in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Liz, what is the message that Powell needs to get across this week?
Yeah, first, can I say, I think Mike McKee set me up for a long day Wednesday, because every time we say nothing's going to happen, something happens.
I want to. I want to go to live now. There's some sort of State Department briefing on deportations, Ukraine, and more.
Work meeting, Secretary Rubio traveled to the G7 in Canada, where our partners expressed support for a swift end and a durable end to this conflict. And as we pursued peace, our nation also showed strength. Under the President's direction, this administration invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to initiate the removal of hundreds of dangerous members of the DrPaulCottrell, a vicious, violent foreign terrorist organization, which has been threatening our nation, conducting irregular warfare and terrorizing Americans. We express our sincere gratitude to President Bukele of El Salvador for playing a pivotal role in this transfer.
This is really even though this is live, she's just regurgitating what the White House press briefing was about. Let me talk about the Boomer Boost, all right? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Boomer Boost will help to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. You will lose weight by taking this. You will notice the effects of Boomer Boost within 72 hours. I'm not joking. 72 hours after taking this. Now you take a big scoop of it each day, either for breakfast or for lunch, every day. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, all right? But the whole idea is to take it every day, all right? It has 68 nutrients. So go to my store and take a look at the label closely, but this is pretty extensive, all right? It's pretty powerful stuff. Now, it targets your cardiovascular health, so your vascular system and your heart. It targets your brain health, and it also helps to improve your muscles and your strength. And again, it boosts up your energy levels and your metabolism. You'll notice that you'll have a steady burn of energy throughout the whole day. It doesn't spike like with energy drinks or anything like that. This is a steady burn. You'll sleep better. You will have more mental acuity, all right? And you will just notice that you have a vitality that's a little bit younger, right? And you'll want to do things. So you'll have more vitality. And by moving around and doing more things, you're going to enjoy your life more instead of sitting in a rocking chair and slowly dying. So please go to my store, get the Boomer Boost, all right? Take this. Now, if you're an athlete, young or old, take this pre or post fueling for your workout, all right? And you'll notice that you are improving your strength and you're improving your sport, all right? So get the Boomer Boost, take it every day. You will notice the effects of this, the positive effects, within 72 hours. Now, you can also get the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley, all right? What are the differences? This is a high density protein, all right? And this barley is more nutritious, right, compared to the other barley that you would buy at the grocery store. So you can't buy something like this at your grocery store. Even your organic food store, this barley is supercharged, all right? So this heirloom barley will detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, so that's going to help with healing your body and improving your immune system, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. This stacks well with C60, all right? Now, the difference between gladiator barley and heirloom barley is that you get all the benefits of heirloom barley in gladiator barley, but you also get strength benefits. So if you want to gain muscle, do resistance training and take the gladiator barley. You'll also be detoxifying your body, bringing down inflammation, so you're going to recover quicker and help with your immune system, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. So this is a great way to detox and build muscle. This stacks well with myotrol because myotrol helps with the gene expression to build muscle. So if you're an athlete, young or older, take the gladiator barley. If you're someone that's older and wants to improve their strength, which is really important to do for everybody, take the gladiator barley. So you can take this separately. You take a half a scoop or a full scoop of this. It's about a month's supply if you take a full scoop. And take it every day. mix it with soft foods or with filtered water. Some people mix it with milk or a smoothie, something like that, but take it every day. Now you get the max benefit if you take it with the Boomer Boost. Okay, so you can take Boomer Boost with the heirloom barley, all right, and you're going to be improving your A1C levels on top of that, so that if you're borderline diabetic or you're diabetic, type 2 diabetes, for many people, because many people in the United States are borderline diabetic or type 2 diabetic, that's due to lifestyle. By doing this, you're going to lose weight and control your A1C levels and detoxify your body, soak up free radicals, and get healthy. All right? But by taking the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator barley and doing resistance training, you're going to gain muscle and improve your A1C levels even more. All right? And you're going to get fit. You're going to lose weight. And this is a great way to improve these different organ systems, cardiovascular, musculature, your brain health. So again, you're going to see benefits of taking this within 72 hours. All right. So take a full scoop of this or a half a scoop and take a full scoop of Boomer Boost. All right. And do that every day. And it's a great way to lose weight and save money. I'm willing to bet that the money that you spend on breakfast or for lunch, right, is more expensive than taking a scoop of this and a scoop of this every day for 1 month. So you're going to save money and get healthy and lose weight. And you do some resistance training, you're going to get that lean muscle that you need. All right, so please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost, the Gladiator barley, or the heirloom barley. Now you can take them separately if you want. You can purchase them separately if you want, but if you want to take them together, get the longevity boost box that I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and it's at a discount where you get the Boomer Boost and your choice of Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. It's at a discount. You can add discount 5 on top of it. I want these products in your hand. Why? Because they work and they work fast. All right. And you know, when people are a little bit overweight or a lot overweight and they start to lose weight and they're starting to feel better, it's just a positive feedback loop where they just do more to get healthier. And you're going to see the benefits of this in 72 hours. Now you stack this with all the other stuff that I've been talking about throughout the 4.5 hours that I've been talking. And guess what? You have a major protocol for anti-aging that is top of the line. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost, get the Gladiator barley, get the heirloom barley. You can buy them separately on my store, or you can buy the longevity boost box. It's cheaper. That's the end of the transmission. I'm going to do probably another one tonight to go over the Asian market. But thank you for listening. For the ones that have been watching on Rumble, the ones that have been listening on X, the ones that have been watching on the live stream with YouTube and on my website, thank you very much. Everyone, please have a nice day.